Yeah. Marshall. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why it seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I've grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I spent last year in the haze, so many records got made. I kept that shit to myself, I only wanted my pay. I took some time off the stage, got in the bed with the snakes. They wasn't doing their job, I let them slither away. I wanna build me a team, so I can get to my fans. I need someone on my side that's gonna give me a chance. But shit just ain't what it seems, don't let them in on your plans. I hope they know what I mean, I hope that you understand. So never land, never pan out. Wings talk, think I better let them span out. Was too chill, think I better let the man out. Grew up with hand-me-downs, now I'm never taking handouts. Man, if you knew all the things I'm marching when I'm planned out. But I need help to do it, so can I get a fan count? Never understood me, now it's funny how I stand out. Me, myself and I, homie, welcome to the madhouse. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why I seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I gotta deal through it out, yeah, I've grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I know my girl on my side, I'm trying to build this alive. Thank God my family alive, and I just wanna provide. They say it's gonna take time, but I've been losing my mind. She helps me grow and evolve, my family ready to ride. So why am I feeling low when life is giving me highs? I put my value in sales instead of hoops by my side. But I can see it's the front, that's why I'm not coming back. Yeah, I was slow to react. Don't give a damn what they thought of it. Yeah, I'm feeling glorious. Go flash in the audience, man, should've recorded it. I took a color pill, used my computer skills. Now I got agents after me, word up to Morpheus. The future I sorted it, do this till I'm bored with it. Invest in myself endeavors, hope I don't get audited. My body is a temple, but I fucked up the ornaments. I'm so gassed up, the US probably at war with it. It's a message to the earthlings. Join the team round here, we put the work in. It ain't teamwork if only one of us is working. Only thing I'm signing is when fans bring the merchants. I ain't got a thing yet that I wasn't deserving. And I ain't famous yet, but that bitch be flirting. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. So what you know about teamwork? And what I know about teamwork?
Hello. Sorry, guys. Last minute live. I didn't give the typical half-hour notice. So I know notifications didn't go out and there are so many other people live. But this is my only opportunity to get this in probably for the next couple days. So I'm like, let's go live and talk about it. Hello, Shambles. Under review, Hope's Echo, Wanderer, Single Mom. Under review, hey, Penny Monroe. Hey, Nanya. Rockabit, Cat's Eye, and Cheesy Cracker. Hey, Laundry, you're so ready? Whoa. Okay. Hey, Petunia. What did you guys think? Let me pin that link. Y'all, 2 days in, and I'm up to, I think, 5 pages of notes. Hey, Pixie. Good to see you, love. 2 days in. What are your guys? I know Nanya's right up here. She's like, she's the one who's like, go live. I want to talk about this. Hey, Nanya.
I've been like, hurry up. Are you going live yet? I
know. I'm like look,
girl
this person's live, that person's live. She's like, tough, go live. And
I don't care. Right. I talk about it.
I know. I got to go babysit crew for a few more days. So it is the last chance I get to discuss it. Holy cow, y'all.
It's been a wow of a 2-day trial so far.
The opening statements from the Hope's Echo, they sure were. Hey, Crystalline. Hey, Kaleidoscope. They blew me away. They dropped a bomb that I wasn't expecting. I don't think it had leaked out anywhere. It was crazy. But let's rewind and talk about the Commonwealth's opening statements first. So one of the things that
you want us to take a nap?
Yeah, right. Well, that's why I'm not going to play through either of the opening statements. I just kind of want to chit chat about them. And feel free, if you have something you want to say or add to it, feel free to hit the link. So I put down that, Lolly was trying to lay out his best evidence. That's what the opening statement is for. Oh crud. I made a video that clipped together everyone's reactions to the bomb drop and the defense's thing, and I forgot to put in the lawyer you know. The lawyer you know had a great summary though, and he said that, this is supposed to they often attorneys will pool, potential jurors or things about cases and whatnot. And opening statements, some believe, can make or break your case, that some jurors will decide guilt or innocence based on opening statements. Now, this is coming from him, the dude that's done the research, not me. And so, bye, Nanya. And so there's a lot of stock. Oh, and you're back. You did that on your own. How did you do that?
Because I got a phone call, so it didn't really affect me. It just took
I
me out for a
gotcha.
second.
And so, according to him, some jurors can decide right then and there. Um, Again, that's the dude who's put in the research saying this, not the stay-at-home Nana in the Midwest saying it. So he was saying that what he found disheartening about the Commonwealth's opening statement was the fact that it was supposed to be Lolly's best evidence. You're trying to grab the jury's attention, and he got lost in the weeds. He was throwing out names. Another commentator I watched on it said it was like listening to um, the section of the Bible where they're like, so and so beget so and so beget so and so beget so and so. And you're like, what? That's the part everyone skips. He was just dropping in names and he wasn't making any links or connections. And so that's very confusing for the jury. They're not taking notes during opening statements. So it was very easy for them to get lost. A couple other notes I took. One of the things that I noticed, it took Lolly 37 minutes into a 38-minute opening statement before he said the word murdered. And I thought, ooh, if I'm noticing that, the jurors are noticing that. Remember, the jury's just made up of me and you. It's not made up of, a professional. There's no such thing as a professional jury who goes to school and they know what they're supposed to be listening for, what they're supposed to be catching. It's just everyday people. That's the whole point of it. Hey, AMAC. It would be Hope. It would be in the back of your mind if you were a jury. Hey, Polish. Hey, Crystal Lynn. Pixie, you think we've already seen Reasonable Doubt? I think they have a compelling case for Reasonable Doubt. The body cam footage was shown a tiny bit on the first day, and there was some more shown about it today. Wanderer, yeah, the nudes. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Jennifer M. Let's see. Hopes, echoes. There was no timeline, and that's something I've noticed with Lolly, not just in opening statement, but also in his interviewing of the witnesses. He bounces around in the timeline and it's very hard to follow. And I especially noticed it today when he was interviewing the first firefighter. The firefighter is probably laying this out in his mind and going through it in chronological order. And he is just bouncing here, there, everywhere. And it was throwing the firefighter off. So imagine what that's doing to the jury. Yes, Pib is made by Coke. Let's see. No way could I watch this case 5 days a week all day. I'm already mind blown. I know. But I just kept
luckily for us, it's not 5 days this time, so we got lucky to get a break. But do you want to know what my notes said next to Lolly's opening statement?
Yes.
It said Lolly's opening statement and then snooze fest. That's all it said. I was like, he lost me. I was kind of like, my eyes glazed over for a minute there until I heard the defense start, and I was like, oh, I'm back. Okay.
I'm struggling Wanderer to be unbiased as well. I really am, because it just feels like a lot of we'll get into it. But I'm trying to. But I know that there are commentators out there who are like Alex Erickson and Jen Liu. They're doing a recap right now, and I hated to cut into that, but they're watching it without knowing any of the background, so they're going to give some great information. Emily D. Baker, she's watching it, and she doesn't know a lot of the background, so she's another good one to watch, who's just going into it not knowing anything. I was trying to think. Lawyer, he's not watching it live, but he's going to be giving recaps. He's another one who doesn't know like all the things. Armand, you fell asleep during his opening. His opening was tough. Hey, vet girl, good to see you. She says that the prosecution is out lawyered, in my opinion. So far, based on what we have seen, I would agree with that statement. Absolutely. Another thing I noticed, it took me 10 minutes to write down something from the opening statements, and that was that we were going to hear from the waitress at the waterfall. Like, that was new info. I also noted that Lawley said that there was 6 inches of snow on John O'Keefe. Keep that in mind. We've already heard contrary to that. He said that he spent a lot of time talking about Aruba, so that told me that his case is going to be heavy on this perceived affair, but he didn't even call it an affair. He called it something else in the opening statements, just like these incriminating messages is kind of how he got into it. And then this was of interest. He did put in there that the data opines that around 12:45 a.m., the Lexus was in front of 34 Fairview, that it traveled over 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour. Guess what we did yesterday?
We did a science experiment.
In 3
and
different
had our neighbors very concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a call from my neighbor. She's like, what are you doing? So both my vehicle and my husband's, we tried to see if you could get up to 24 miles per hour in 60 feet in reverse, because that's what they're saying, that she hit John O'Keefe at a speed of 24.2 miles per hour in reverse within a span of 60 feet. So could you? No, Harlot, I could not. Now, my vehicle is heavier than Karen Reed's Lexus. I have a Yukon XL Denali, and so it probably weighs, 2,000 to 4,000 pounds more than her Lexus SUV. So I did it twice, and the first time I tried to just gun it, and that wasn't possible because it made the car just like shudder and shimmy too much. Like it did not want to go. It didn't want to go on the gunning it portion. The truck was like, no, please don't do that to us, ma'am. And so and it was really hard to control it too if you just tried to gun it. And then so then the second time that I attempted it, so I had only measured from my neighbor's driveway to my driveway, and I thought, oh, maybe that's 60 feet. It's actually 150 feet. So, because I came back home and Google Earthed it, and it's like, oh, that sucks. So the second time I did it, I didn't just like boom pedal to the metal. But I did quickly accelerate, and I got up to 26 miles per hour by the time I hit my driveway. Well, that was 150 feet. It would, at the 60 feet mark, I would have been in the teens still. So, but again, my vehicle's heavier, not the same vehicle, not the same conditions. It was lightly snowing at that time.
Well, one of the things I realized from seeing the dash cam today, which I guess I didn't realize it yesterday watching it, is when you and I tested last night, it's not raining in either one of our locations. And you can tell by the windshield wipers that like there is some moisture in the air, which would change what the road conditions were that night. So you still, like, traction is a real thing, and that's going to impact how fast she can back up, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So,
that's
but it
true.
was good to test it and even see, like, can that even be done? But
Well, and then we tested it in my husband's vehicle, and his won't even let you get up that fast. Like it shuts you down at a certain speed. So I'm curious
but
as to
his
what the
could go that
Lexus does.
fast, even faster, quicker in forward. Mine could not. Your husband's could.
Yeah, it can go from 0 to, I think it goes from like 0 to 100 in 10 seconds, but it goes from 0. We got up in 150 feet. We went from 0 to 65. So it can go really quick in forward. Reverse, not so much. Not so much. It just won't even, like, it topped out. I'd have to ask Luke. I can't remember what it was. It's like 15 miles per hour, and then it won't go faster than that in reverse. But that's probably just his vehicle settings on it, which is why I'm very curious as to what the settings on a Lexus are.
But Irish had a good Irish badass. We talked to her earlier today. She had a good point. Most of the newer vehicles that have reverse cameras in them, when you get too close, like, it starts beeping or it
Yep.
starts, whatever. So,
Vibrating your seat.
So she was talking about when she reversed out of the garage that morning, how did she just keep going? Because all of that would have been going off bells and whistles. She would have known she's too close to his car.
Well, if the impact is quick, it's almost like a burp or a beep at the very last moment, So I don't know. Or maybe she just ignored it. Like, because on mine, I don't know how Luke says. On mine, when you start getting close to it, it does start beeping and the seat starts vibrating, but there is a slight delay. What were they using I don't know, Harlot. This is just opening statements, so we're not to the expert that's going to discuss that info yet, but that's just what he said in opening statements. I know that girl that came today. The I hit him is not in writing anywhere. That was very interesting. I think it's definitely something the jury is going to be keeping in mind. They're going to have in their mind those things. Grandma Sherry, she said his opening statements were boring AF. They were. And that is a downside. Like, he was very monotonous. He was, just, it's like he had all this information and he wanted to give it to you, and he was reading it to you. A Commonwealth will hear from a waitress who was at the waterfall. Multiple witnesses about the morning of the Google search. 6 inches of snow was on John O'Keefe. Like, that's kind of how it felt. Hey, Sophie. And I feel like that lulled the jury to sleep. But it's going to be a long trial. It's going to be a long trial. So maybe that won't stay in their minds. My cars alert you more than other vehicles. Hey, Nanny Jew. Hey, Stone But Not Alone. Hey, Melissa. The Commonwealth's opening state. Yeah, they were all over the place. He was all over the place as well. He was bouncing around in the timeline. And I found that very distracting when you bounce around in the timeline. It's a big turnoff, especially when you're trying to lay it all out. They don't know all those names. It really was like the Bible of so-and-so beget so-and-so beget so-and-so. And I guarantee when you were reading that for the first time, if you've read the Bible, when you read that for the first time, you're like, what? You don't retain who beget who and who beget who unless you were to sit down and like map it out. And the jury isn't supposed, they might have a slight knowledge of the case, but they're not supposed to have like an intimate knowledge of it. So they're not retaining these names. It was like he was reading out of a phone book and just throwing these names out there. I guarantee you they were not sticking. Hey, Yeb. I'll say, hey, Zoflo. Enjoy the bushes, love. Isn't it considered in some professions like medical, legal, etc., if it's not in writing, it didn't happen? I don't know. I think, obviously they're bringing it up, but I do think it's sticking in the jurors' minds that, wait, you didn't put it in writing until this point, which is what the defense wants them to notice. And so they're doing a very good job of drawing attention to that. She was also likely panicked and when backing out to go look for him, so she likely ignored the beeps while pulling out of the driveway. Educated opinion, I can believe that. I can believe that. Hey, Tater. I'm going to have to watch the highlights. But any form of I hit him seems irrelevant. Everyone wonders, questions everything, or will blame themselves for something. It doesn't mean it's a confession, especially when words are before and after it. I agree, ABG. It's also like, it's the tone and it's the way it's said as well. So Jennifer H., I would have disagreed with you yesterday, and then after listening to today, and I bounced around between creators that are covering it. Everybody's covering it. There's like we could drop links if you want. If there's a mod who wants to drop a link to who is showing the trial, feel free. But it's like everybody's showing the trial. But it felt like today in the Commonwealth's questioning that they were repeating so many of the same questions. And I was catching like Emily Baker when she's talking about like, he doesn't have to make that question a 4-part question to get to the answer that he wants. Like it's already established, what was the weather that day? He could ask it like that instead of it taking him 4 questions to get there. And I do think that dragging it out like that is going to be very lengthening for the jury. It took you watching it 3 times to get there's a lot of connections.
See, I actually think that's intentional. Because the more information you give somebody, it seems like you've provided so much more than what you maybe really even have.
Tater said, I just did 9 in reverse and didn't feel safe at all. I'll tell you what, when I got up to 26, I quickly hit the brake, because you don't feel like you have a lot of control over your vehicle. I would say it would be difficult. This would go to if she did hit him, I would think it was unintentional because it would be difficult to, keep your eye on the rearview mirror, gun it, and feel safe because your car is a little jiggly when you get up to that speed in reverse. And she's intoxicated and the conditions aren't that great. It's really going to be interesting hearing that part of the testimony from everyone. Hey, country. I wonder if that car data is, I don't know, Tim. We'll have to see. We, in the Murdaugh trial, they could not get the car data off of Maggie Murdaugh's vehicle until like the last minute. So I'm very curious as to what it was. I do believe it's a 2021 Lexus. It might not be. We did a little digging into that. It's definitely between a 2019 and a 21, but I do believe it was a brand new Lexus. That's another great point, Shambles. Say she's not guilty and she did just find him like that, what would you say? What would you say when you just found someone like that? To me, it kind of stuck out. Well, here, I'm getting ahead of myself. So now let's talk about the defense's opening statement.
OMG. Listen, if you fell asleep on the prosecution's opening statement, you woke up in the first 5 words that Yannetti said. He said, Karen Reed was framed.
Boom, straight out of the gate. And you're like,
straight out the gate. That's it. That's all you need to know, basically.
I'm listening now. You've got my attention. I was about to fall asleep with Lolly, but you just woke us right back up. His very first statement made the impact that he was wanting. It was also a lawyer, who made this commentary. He said it reminded him of an opening to a YouTube video where you give a short opening and then you play the intro. And he said it was very much like that. He's like, Karen Reed was framed. And then he talks for a couple minutes and then he introduces Karen and the legal team. And, he made the analogy that whether we like it or not, social media is here, YouTubes are here, podcasts are here. And the reason so many people do these things, such as give a opening commentary on what they're going to talk about, then play their intro, is because it works. So that statement from Yannetti in his opening statements, doing it that way, coming in with a punch, and then stepping back for a second, introducing, it worked. It got your attention. I agree with this, Vet Girl. I think I start it so I can bring that up later. I don't believe she could get up to that speed and that distance on slippery roads. I know, guys. And you guys are all feeling the same things I'm feeling. Just questions. I have questions. They have event data recorders post 2017. Hey, Irish. The glass is another question. Absolutely. Absolutely. I fell asleep during Lily's questioning the brother. I know. That broke my heart. The questioning of the brother.
Well, do you want to talk about the bombshell in the opening statement for the defense before you move on to the brothers?
Yes, we should. So I finished up and then this scene, and the last thing I had in my notes on Lolly's was that the hair found on the bumper was the same as, or did match to John O'Keefe's, but he mentioned like mitochondrial DNA, and I listened to Wrinkle talk about that, and he's like, everybody in that moment went right back to high school biology class, and they're like, what? The powerhouse of the set? Yeah, he's like, it was just like he should have punched it harder on those things. Okay, so then the defense comes in, and the very first thing I noticed is that he emphasized that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer. Lolly never said once in his statement. Like, he made a reference about that, but he didn't call him Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I thought that was huge. It's very disheartening how little they reference him as an officer.
Yes, I agree.
Then he moved on to emphasize that Brian Albert, none of the Alberts, came out of 34 Fairview that evening. And
that they are first responders.
And that they are first responders. Well, Brian Albert for sure is a first responder.
Yeah.
Trained in first response. Also was noted, I put it off to the side, so I can't remember if it was in Lolly's or Yannetti's, but that John had transferred out of the unit he was in when he took custody of his niece and nephew, and he moved to it was Lolly who said it, because he said the sexual assault unit. I was like, what? That was a weird way to say SVU, but okay. I thought that was important to note as well, because it just showed the type of care and attention that he was giving to his family. He wanted to be in what is deemed a safer unit. So then jumping back to, I'm pulling a Lolly. Jumping back to the defense, he said that Trooper Proctor, he starts going into a conversation about Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Proctor, he tells us how the Canton Police Department how they had connections to Brian Albert, to the homeowner, and how they were conflicted out. And he did call him Officer John O'Keefe. When? Lolly didn't. Yannetti did. He might have mixed it in his conversation, but definitely not in his first part of explaining who John O'Keefe is. He did not. But he tells us how Canton PD was conflicted out, and how the Massachusetts State Police take over, and tells us about the connections to Trooper Proctor, to the Alberts, and to the family. And he tells us how Trooper Proctor had predetermined his guilt towards Karen. Now, remember, these are opening statements, not opening evidence. But they can't just flat out lie in their opening statements. They can't lie, period. They're officers of the court. He leads us in telling us how Karen Reed is a convenient outsider. And they know this because they know that Trooper Proctor felt this way, because they have in their possession They have in their possession. No, that was today. I know what part you're talking about, just Steph. That was today. That was on day 2, not in the opening statements. But they have in their possession Trooper Proctor's personal text messages on his private phone between Proctor and some of his high school buddies. And within hours of the investigation, which it would have been later in the afternoon because he went and got her, he confiscated her phone after the 412 was when her car was picked up down there. So it was sometime after that. But he was texting his buddies, his high school buddies, about the case. And he was calling Karen Reed names. We don't know what names those are. We just know that apparently they're the most vile names that you wouldn't call your worst enemy. I'm sure we're going to hear what they are. And he also said to his buddies in this text message group that he hoped she would kill herself. That right there was pretty damning. This is the lead investigator in the case, is texting his personal friends this. All of the lawyers I watched, all their commentary yesterday were like, that's a huge no-no. That's a red flag. Now we know why there's an IA investigation. That was crazy. But then Yannetti gets to us and tells us that Trooper Proctor was searching Karen Reed's phone for nudes. And he told his buddies that he was disappointed that he hadn't found any yet. That was a bombshell.
Yeah, that made my mouth drop, and it was opening statements. And I was like, oh, what in the hell? But those two things confirmed to me, like, that's kind of like, okay, now I understand why there's an IA investigation. It makes more sense now. Like the stuff we had seen before or heard of before, we were like, I don't really get it yet. But that was like, oh, I get it now. It's perfectly fine. I get it now.
I don't know, Marshall Dove. I think that what the defense used was the term convenient outsider. And I don't think it is so much as hate her as it was a convenience, because I don't think they know her to hate her. It was just a convenience situation. Yeah, it was sick. Right? That girl. And I was listening to what is it? Tater, if you're still in here, you know his full name, that because you're the one who gave me the link to his live. Wrinkle. He's a attorney in Edmonton, Canada. He's like, this is what y'all are calling a blizzard? This is what you guys are calling like the storm of the century? Well, the storm of the century didn't come until later. But yeah, it definitely was not blizzard-like conditions, in my opinion. I've lived through some blizzards. Last year, we did have 22 inches of snow. The dash cam footage did not depict a blizzard. Was it snowing? Was there, inches of snow on the ground? Yes. Was there 6? I don't think so. And I don't think that it was like what they're trying to make it sound. Let's see. Then the texts go further, and I guess the buddies that were texting him asked, oh, well, this is going to cause some issues for the homeowner. And Proctor replied, nope. And then he followed it up with, the homeowner is a Boston police officer too. What do you guys make of that? Oh, thank you, Patrish. Why no court tomorrow? I think the judge is messing with jurors. She does feel biased. I will agree with that. The judge feels biased, especially the heaving sighing. I called her Bev Vader, and it's just that she's breathing into the microphone so heavily, so often. It's crazy. I was telling some friends earlier, I remember during the pre-motion hearings, they had talked about there was one court date that they were going to have to call off because of a already scheduled trial that someone had to attend. And I don't know, maybe that's what tomorrow is. I'm assuming that's why. And thank you for that super chat, love. Yes, he had no warrant for her phone. No one had given him permission to get into her phone yet. Huge no-no. Betty, if he doesn't lose his job, I think he's definitely going to get some kind of punishment from it. the footage of the brother at the home, lots of plow trucks passing in that video. Absolutely, there were. And another thing
Yeah.
you could tell in the opening statements, Lolly had said that the roads had not been plowed, that Trooper Proctor had, determined the roads had not been plowed. And I think even Yannetti mentions it in his. Then we see in the dash cam footage as the trooper is pulling up, the road had been plowed. If anybody who lives in a snowy area knows what a plowed road looks like, it had been plowed. You could tell. The nope text was even more incriminating for you, Kathy. It did not age well. That's true, Eric. That's why I'm curious as to the timeline of these messages. Did he have any proof at the time that she was going to be the main suspect? I would be pretty pissed too, but it's just something you don't do. You don't risk your investigation in that manner.
Yeah, that's my thing is, I'd be pissed, but I'd want to ensure that justice could be obtained for like my
For your
fellow
brother.
comrade or my brother in blue or whatever. I'd make sure everything was on the up and up. And just in parts of what we've seen today, there is some stuff that's not on the up and up. I don't want to talk about future things, but in the stuff that came with today's thing, I'm like,
Was I
I don't
calling him
know.
Wrinkle? Thank you, Runkle. Runkle of the Bailey. That was my first time watching him. He's hilarious. I subbed. He was really funny, and I appreciated his commentary.
I was like, Wrinkle, that's an interesting name.
Runkle of the Bailey. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Like I said, that was my first time there. If they talked about people they don't really know like that, imagine what they say about people they know and they don't like, right? Hey, small wildflowers. Oh yeah, you could really hear Bev Vader sighing today. It's May Day, but now Law Day tomorrow. Maybe it's a Massachusetts Day. It could be. Could be. Oh, I would say we're hearing exactly why the FBI is involved. It's because of I would say it's because of this. For sure. But we technically don't know why the FBI is investigating the investigators. But I would say that probably didn't help. Law Day, no better way to celebrate than to hold up justice for a police officer, right, Copa? Good to see ya. Look at the amount of snow on officer's car when brother and mother arrive at his home. His car was there the entire time. I agree, Vet Girl. Another thing I noted was that Wally says in his opening statement that there was 6 inches of snow on top of Officer O'Keefe, but then the very first officer says that there was a dusting of snow on him. So which was it?
The other thing you had noticed that I didn't even notice was the nodding. The nodding during the defense's opening statements, just watching the gallery and seeing how people were reacting.
They were definitely the nodding off. You mean some were falling asleep during Lollies, and then there was a lot of nodding along and following. No, there were some falling asleep during Lollies. I'm not gonna say who, but some were falling asleep during Lollies, and then nodding along, and they sat up in their seats and they were paying attention. That doesn't mean that the defense was smarter or won the openings or anything like that, but they definitely got everyone's attention. That is for sure. Do snowplows work when there's only a few? So snowplows run without snow being on the ground. Here, if there is a incoming snowstorm, such as there was there at that time, the snowplows will run and start laying down ice. I'm in the Midwest, though. I know, like, in the South, sometimes they lay down sand or something. I'm sure the East Coast uses ice as well, or salt. Did I say they lay down ice? I meant salt. I would assume the East Coast lays down salt as well. That's what they do here. They'll start out by trying to get salt on the roads to keep them from icing over, and they'll do that a couple of hours before a storm is about to hit. I'm in New England, but not Mass. 1 inch is a joke to us. We had over 6 feet this January in 3 days. They're acting like Orlando, Florida got an inch and couldn't handle it. Right, ABG?
So one of the other things is just, again, this is a tinfoil hat moment, but if there was another motive to frame Karen and kill John. I thought of when they said that when he adopted the niece and nephew, he basically stopped on the street so he could be safer, and he went to the registered sex offender unit. And when they said that, I thought, okay, well, maybe there's something possibly involved that where like maybe he found out that somebody was doing something and they
Right.
didn't like that. That's a potential as well. I mean, we see all the time that, if a brother in blue turns on another brother in blue and tells on them, they're really ousted and they go through a lot. So again, I understand that's a far stretch, but that's one of the thoughts I kind of had hearing that yesterday. I was like, oh, maybe there's something to where he was assigned that he happened upon.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility. They do a brine where you are, Tater, where they do the salt mixture. Yeah, I did say ice at first. I meant salt. Thank you, guys. Finishing up my notes from the defense opening, they went on, let's see, to tell us that Trooper Proctor falsified the time that he took the SUV. He falsified that on a official document. That would be another reason for the AI and IA investigation, because falsifying an official document, that is a huge no-no. There were 4 officers who searched in the very first search. One thing I noted, I don't know if it's going to come into play, if it's going to be important, was that he talked about how Karen dropped him off, went home, and she was drifting in and out of sleep. I noted it when we were kind of talking a little bit about it last night, and he was like, yeah, no big deal. And I'm like, it's kind of, I noted it because I'm wondering, are they laying that foundation now because she did something in the time that she was home asleep, and they're going to say something there? It's just something I noted. The 227 Google search, of course, was brought up by both in opening statements.
Of course.
That's still going to be interesting. He noted that there was big problems in the Commonwealth time frame, and that no one saw a 6'2" large man in black on a white background in the snow. I think that's very important to note. Proctor also wrote in his report, we learned in opening statements, that in that same report where he falsified the time, he wrote that the roads had not been plowed. And that was obviously, you could see in that dash cam footage, they had been. And that he had called the plow drivers and inquired on it if anyone had plowed that night, and I guess he was told like no, and he just moved on from it. He didn't investigate more. That's what he says. But the defense investigators, they dug deeper, and within weeks. So I noted this because so many people say that Lucky Loughran's testimony was because of Turtle Boy. No, Turtle Boy didn't start covering it until I want to say like April or June. But Yannetti says within weeks, his defense investigators, so that would have been before Jackson's even brought on, before all of the media hoopla, the defense investigators found Lucky and did a interview with him. And Lucky even took the investigators on a trip of where he plows. And Lucky says he remembers it so well that night because he was driving Frankenstein, which is the plow truck that they had there at the barn, and it's a hard one to drive. So that's how he remembered it so well. They also let us know that we're going to learn of a lot of peculiar things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. He noted that John O'Keefe's chest, his hips, and his legs were in pristine condition. Then, of course, they brought up Chloe, that she was rehomed. And this was a thing I didn't know. Like, I knew she was rehomed, right? But I didn't know until opening statement she was rehomed right after the grand jury testimony. And I thought that was interesting. Of course, he brought up Aruba as well, that Karen was upset with John flirting with another woman. We actually found out in opening statement, or in the first testimony, it was kissing another woman.
Second.
But then after the flirting incident is how Yannetti worded it, that Karen and John were planning another family vacation with them two and the kiddos, and then they were planning another get together with friends. Like they were making long-term plans together. So I'm wondering if New Year's Day this situation goes down in Aruba with the girl. Is Higgins like the rebound, the flirtatious text, and the "ooh, I'm gonna get back at him," and then they work through their issues and they're good come January 29th? I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get deep into the woods on that one though. It noted that there was no prior DV between John and Karen, normal spats between them. And it is interesting to note that the arguments that John and Karen had about the kids, typically when you have like a stepmom situation, which I know they weren't married, so she's not a stepmom, but when you're bringing a woman into that, the arguments might be like, oh, you're not loving on my kids enough, or you're not treating them well enough. Well, no, he thought that Karen was spoiling the kids by buying them too many gifts and taking them to nice places or taking them to Dunkin' Donuts and getting them the breakfast and stuff that they want. So I thought that was interesting because it's not typically typically you're not treating my kids good. In this case, he was like, wait, you're treating them too good. So it just sounded like they had normal arguments so far. Now that is
Are you still in the defense opening statement?
Oh, that's okay. The end of my notes from the defense opening statements. Did you have anything you want to add to that?
I need to switch. You covered more than I did. My notes do not have all that stuff.
I take extensive notes, man.
Listen, you have a different level of notes. Yeah, like Cornell style notes.
I like note taking. I need to like do it on like my laptop or my iPad with the Apple Pen instead. But I'm like pen and paper, y'all. I'm a pen and paper kind of gal. I don't know why. I just love it.
Tawanda, we'll get there. We'll get there in today's testimony.
That's a great question.
But these is trying to go in order of kind of just recapping everybody's. So I think who's next? So Paul O'Keefe is next, which is John's brother.
First witness was Paul O'Keefe. I think this was smart on both the defense and the Commonwealth. I think it was very smart for the Commonwealth to call family first.
Agreed.
One, to kind of get family out of the way so they can sit in the gallery. And two, it tugs on the jury's heartstrings because I know it tugged on mine. So I think it was very smart for the Commonwealth to do that. However, what I found in favor of the defense was that they did not question them. I think that was a very smart move to not question the family. And I think the jury noted that as well. I also found that their testimony, Aaron's was more important than Paul's, I feel. I just don't feel like there was a ton of meat and potatoes in those testimonies.
To me, I found they both were important, but Paul's I found to be more like, tell me about John important. Aaron's was more, tell me about Karen and her connection to the family and what did that look like. So like Paul's, even though we've heard that the sister had passed away from brain cancer and the brother-in-law had passed away from a heart attack. So you hear those things. And so that's how you know the kids were orphaned and that's why he had them and was raising them. But what you end up learning is the sister was diagnosed and passed away within 6 months of being diagnosed. Right? And then you learn that 2 months later, her husband has the heart attack. So for me, what I think about is I think you have two children who have lost a child, who had lost both their parents. A whole new life has been kind of starting to be established for them. At this point, it's only been about 6 to 7 years, depending on the time frames. So everything is still so very new. At that point, it was only, 6 to 7 years to 2020. When Karen first started coming around, and they were younger, so they still have their own memories and own, loss that they're dealing with. So that's where like I kind of did feel bad that I felt bad for the kids in his statements. And then I also felt bad for the parents because Paul is the baby of the family. And now it's like, okay, you lost your oldest daughter, your next son, your middle son, and you only have your youngest son left. And that made me feel like, oh man, like this poor family and such a loss. Like, I know we've heard a lot of people say like, well, the focus has been so, like, the drama has been so distracting that it's kind of like, oh man, well, what about, what about John? That family really does deserve justice for him, and they deserve to know what has happened on behalf of him. So it was very interesting to hear Paul's testimony. Let me go out of here because my family's loud. But it was very interesting to hear Paul's testimony and just hear him kind of establishing that background of who his brother was and how it went. On the flip side, though, I do not understand the hospital interaction between him and Karen.
So
Not
before
whatsoever.
we
It was
get
confusing.
that, the part that I noted about Paul's testimony was that Karen was in the family group chat. So that's how tight Karen was with the family. Like, we don't just add Marshall's girlfriends right away to the family group chat. And now we really don't. But, it takes a lot to get added to that group chat. Like, because you just don't know. Well, she
Yeah.
was in there. So the family group chat, they were talking. The last text message he had with his brother is his brother was proud of his kids, these good things that happened for, I don't want to say their names, but we're going to call him son and daughter, because that's probably what they were to John.
To
Like,
him.
he was very proud of his son and his daughter and their accomplishments and what they were getting ready to achieve. And they were going to celebrate that. They were planning on celebrating, this daughter getting into the high school of her choice, and Karen was proud about it as well. It was a good last text messages, and so I found that very interesting. And then yes, the hospital.
But before you go there, the thing I thought about, though, is I didn't realize. So he said that night before they went out, that day they had found out that there was an elite school that the niece daughter had gotten into, and they were so ecstatic. She worked so hard, and it wasn't easy to get in there, but she did. And for me, I just thought to myself, well, on a day where something big like that happens for my children, like, we're going to go out to dinner, we're going to celebrate with each other. And so knowing that, like, they left the kid at home and went out on their own, which no judgment at all, but it was just like, oh man,
It was kind of weird
dang.
because, the son went out to a sleepover and the daughter was home alone while they go out bar hopping. That is a little different. But I kind of wonder if they went and did that because of what Aaron told us about them getting in an argument that morning. So maybe that was kind of like, they had an argument that morning over the going to the Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, not Starbucks, sorry, going to Dunkin' Donuts with the daughter, blah, blah, blah. So maybe it was like, I don't know about you all, but when I've ever had a spat with my husband, it's like, okay, we've made up. Now let's go do something fun. So maybe that was the reasoning behind that.
That's possible, for sure. All right. And then there was the hospital.
So then Paul talks about going to the hospital. Lolly takes him down a long trail of explaining just how, blizzard-like the conditions were getting in and everything. And then he's at the hospital. What I found interesting is we learned that Carrie Roberts goes and picks up John's parents and brings them to the hospital. So she's at the hospital with them.
Yeah.
We learned that there's a deep friendship there, which is probably why Karen called Carrie. But she's the one who goes and picks up his parents, and they're sitting there, and I guess as they get called back to go discuss John's condition, or well, I'm sure he had passed at this point, but as they're walking back to find this out, he notices that Karen is being restrained in the hospital and that she was yelling out about John. I didn't write down the things that he said she was yelling out.
Is he dead?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Okay, so
Yeah.
she's still questioning.
She does it before and after, because she still doesn't know when they come out.
Yeah. So she's still not aware that John has died when they come out of there, and he said that she was still still being restrained 20 minutes later, and that he blew her a kiss. What are your thoughts on that?
So for me, I think I would feel two types of way, right? It kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, makes more sense for the at-home interaction, but it's like, if she is the only person being kept out of the room, she is excluded, right? So she's gonna just know that like this is
Instantly.
gonna be bad instantly, right? The second thing is the fact that the parents were with Carrie first. Who knows what she could have potentially have told them happened? Who knows? And at that point, I think he had already said he had spoke on his way to the hospital. He had spoke to his cousin, who was a dispatcher with the PD, and
That's true. He did say that.
she had kind of filled him in on some things. So the blowing of the kiss is like, hey, I got love for you, but I'm just not sure right now. So peace out. It's
I'm very
almost like
curious. I'm glad Lolly didn't ask them. I'm glad the defense didn't cross and ask him, and maybe we'll hear about it in Carrie Roberts' testimony, but I'm very curious as to what was said in the waiting room about Karen, because I do find it odd that he just blew her a kiss instead of going to her, hugging her, letting her know that John had passed. Like, I don't know. If they're in the family group chat, they've gotten together on occasion. She's friends with his wife. Like, we learn later that Karen and Aaron are friends outside of the family stuff because they met through their brother, their guys, but they carry on a friendship outside of that. And so I find it very odd that he didn't go to her, that none of them went
that
to
none
her.
of the
So that's why
family went to go and like console her, calm her down. Like there was nothing from them to her, or her to them even. Well, she was being restrained, so she couldn't go to them anyways. But like that part to me was like, I feel like somebody told them something before they even got there. That's the vibe that I got. But of course, nobody asked them that. So who knows?
She was being restrained, is what he said. We don't know the extent of that, of what that restraint was, if it was actually strapped down, if it was just, someone holding her on a bed, if it was, someone just keeping her in a room. He just said she was being restrained.
I thought she was in the waiting room because she was, as they were going in and out.
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess maybe depending on the hospital, you could potentially like walk past somebody else's room. So
Right,
that's
because she
possible.
could have been,
Yeah.
if it's an ER, maybe they were in the ER area, like it could just be a curtain or something. I don't know, but Karen had not called them yet at this point in
No,
where
he
we're
had not.
talking, not yet.
And again, they may have felt some type of way that the call didn't come from her. But in her hysterical state, would you have wanted the call to come from her? Because I wouldn't want that person calling me in that moment. I would have wanted somebody who was a little bit calmer because I'm going to feel my own emotions.
Well, we don't have a timeline on when these events occurred. It would have been after he was declared deceased, which was at 7:50 or 7:59. I wonder when. Let me pull up real quick. When I know that Jim McCabe calls Karen while she's in the hospital. I'm wondering what time that was now. And they speak. Let's see here. 7:33, Jen calls Carrie. 7:49, she calls Carrie. So Jen's talking with Carrie while she's in the waiting room. I'm just realizing that. So Jim spoke with Carrie for about 2 minutes while Carrie was in the waiting room. Time of death, like I said, 7:50 or 7:59. It's on 2 different documents. We'll find out during the trial. Jen receives a call from Carrie Roberts at 8:45. Where did the call to Karen? Oh, here it is. At 7:21, so before John is declared deceased, Jen and Karen talk for 2 minutes and 19 seconds. So she would have been in the hospital at that point. Karen would have been. So I find that interesting. That they did.
But they are not there yet. Not at that time.
because he is deceased by the time they get there, or declared deceased, excuse me.
Was he? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just there at the hospital. Okay. Wow.
So from that part,
Um,
the other part that, again, just
yeah.
speaks to the dynamic at the time was all of the house footage showing the people coming and going and in and out. I understand why they did it, to establish where the ring cameras were and to establish what the snow looked like. You do see all the snow plows going down the side of the road. And, basically, I felt like the ring camera footage was basically just the receipts for the story he had just told. That's what
I
it felt
agree.
like to me.
I agree. It does show us the snow. Again, but this is like the emphasis on the snow in the ring camera footage isn't as important to me because it's after John was found and after his passing, but it does give us an idea of what the area looked like when the search would have, well, no, that would have been well after the search too. So,
Well, the reason why the snow was important to me was looking at John's car in the daylight,
mhm.
seeing how much snow is on his car, and his car had been parked all night long. So that kind of, for me, was like, okay, that's not that much. His car didn't have much on it. Maybe inches, like definitely less than 6 inches.
Yes, it was less than 6 inches. Batgirl says, when someone is hit by a car, the time is usually important, in my opinion. Usually established by time of death, not time announced deceased. Haven't seen that. I don't know how it is in Massachusetts, but in here, if they find you deceased, that's when they put your time of death as on your death certificate from the time you were found. Now, I don't know if that changed because they were working on him. They were working on him, and we learned that today from the first responder that they were trying to I don't want to say bring him back because that's not how he worded it, but they were trying to get a pulse. So I think that that's why on his death certificate, the time of death is either 7:50 or 7:59. But do we know like the time of impact? I think the state opines that it was around, I would say 7:45. That's what they said on opening, or 6:45, 8, or oh my gosh, I can't speak today. 12:45 a.m. The Lexus was in front of 34 Fairview. It traveled at 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour. So I would say that's what they're saying his time of death was 12:45 a.m. But they do not have a time of impact officially stated anywhere that I've seen. What elevation small wildflowers?
How far away was the elevation different though? Oh, like how far is his house from 34 Fairview?
Oh, it's like a mile.
Mile, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very far. Elevation wise, I can't imagine it changing that much in a mile. But the only other thing that I thought was odd, which when we talked about it yesterday, you kind of gave me a different perspective, and I was like, oh, okay, I could see that, was the kids were not at home at the time when the brother, the mother, and the father come. The father
Right.
is driven to the house by Carrie Roberts, again in the car with
Mhm.
her, and then him and the mom get there. They all go inside, they're waiting. I understood when he said he started like clearing off the walkways because you need something to keep you busy to distract your mind, from what's going on in the moment. And then the kids come home. So when he talked about the kids coming home, he said that Karen comes to the house. She goes upstairs. She comes to the house with her dad and her brother. She goes
Yes.
upstairs, gets her things, and then just leaves.
And he made emphasis on her gathering up her things and leaving. And then we see her outside and it's
Right.
just like a bag, like a large tote bag. It's not like she had a suitcase and gathered
Or
all of her
boxes or
belongings.
right.
Yeah, it was like I was thinking, oh, she probably grabbed some medicine, some toiletries, things like that. I don't know Karen Reed. We don't know her baseline. Maybe she's the type of
Mhm.
person who prefers to grieve alone, or maybe she felt completely uncomfortable because all they did was blow a kiss to her in the hospital. I'm not for sure. Her being there a half an hour isn't a huge alarm to me, but it is notable.
But the other thing we talked about yesterday, I was like who would just leave the kids?
She
Like she
did.
has a connection with these kids. We did
Yeah.
learn that when COVID hit and the lockdown came, she was staying at his house with the kids while they were
And she was
doing the
teaching. Yeah.
online school, and she was working remotely. So that kind of established like she's been with these kids a lot over these 2 years. And it kind of was like, I was like, when I hear I'm sick of this shit, right? I could put that in the Commonwealth, like she snapped and that was it for her because she had done so much for them and he was ungrateful. But I also could put it in the defense, like I love you so much and I'm doing all these things for you and I'm sick of it. Like you got to do your part, kind of a thing. So when we were talking about her going there, and I'm like, why? You seem very connected with these kids. Why wouldn't you just stay? And I remember you said, like, well, what if, like, if she's hysterical and unable to control her own emotions in this moment and she's grieving miserably during this time, understandably, what if she felt like her grief in front of the kids, she couldn't hold it back and be strong for them? Then wouldn't it have been best for her to leave so that their family, who may have a little bit more, maybe a little bit more used to the grief or has a little bit more control of their grief process, can be there to console the kids, and the kids' feelings could be made more important in that moment versus hers.
Yeah.
So I
That's
thought that could go
that's
two
sad.
ways. One, it says very super duper like cold hearted, and then the other side of it is kind of like maybe she was really considering them and just thought like I just need to get out of here to do what's best for them and leave them with their family.
Um, that girl, she says she was going to the hospital on a hold, right? No, she had already been to the hospital on her hold,
Mhm.
which I thought was interesting that she wasn't there very long, so it wasn't much of a hold, honestly. But she had already been in the hospital on the Section 12. She was not described as hysterical at the house, though. I
Right.
agree. But I think that that kind of points to the fact that I'm she was, notified at the hospital that he was deceased, so maybe by then shock was setting in. Look, we all respond differently to grief,
Yeah.
and especially that first day when it's traumatic grief like that, it hits in different ways. And then I would assume that a guilty person and an innocent person are gonna have different responses as well, and honestly, they could probably look like the opposite, like it's hard to gauge it without us actually knowing who she is as a person. Um,
I was just going to tell Leandra instead of typing it out that I strongly agree. It is one of the many theories and possibilities in my mind.
about the townspeople.
Yeah,
Yeah,
about
I wrote
the
that down.
Rafferty coming forward and saying that he had
Mhm.
made some reports about drug activity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which why was he making reports about drug activity if he was on the SBU? So, is there
Well,
something
because
there too?
because they, what? What's the SPU? Where'd that come from?
Special Victims Unit. That's what I'm calling it. Lolly
Oh,
called it the Sexual Assault Unit, but I'm
oh,
just
yeah.
gonna call it
Well,
the
to me,
SBU.
because they don't really like intertwine with each other potentially. I don't know. I
Mhm.
don't know what units do which, but yeah.
That could be
And
true too, Jane. It could be very evident that a problem would be caused if she spoke to the kids due to the tensions.
yeah,
That's
that's
possible.
possible too. And she didn't want that for them on that day.
And we don't know
So,
what the kids were told at this point either, and
yeah.
how they were told. Um, that is that was the toughest thing besides calling my husband to let him know his parents were deceased. It was getting our kids and telling them. Um, Nothing prepares you to do that. Nothing prepares
Mhm.
you to tell children. And the John's kids were a little bit younger than mine were at the time, but only by a year or so. Nothing prepares you to tell them something traumatic like that.
Yeah.
So
Wanderer, that's
it's
possible
hard.
too. She could have been told that she wasn't welcome there. I mean, I feel like, well, I
Absolutely.
mean, again, they didn't ask them that, so that would make a difference, and the defense didn't cross-examine them. But yeah, that's possible too.
Yeah, Tater said if she was getting weird vibes from the family, then she may not have wanted to be around them, and they may not have wanted her there. I agree. I do think it was
Yeah.
Aaron that said, that there were some issues with mom-in-law. Nothing major. She made reference to the fact that, there were tensions just because
The
John's
in-laws
parents
can
were
be a
around a
lot, she
lot.
said.
And
Hmm.
obviously, I mean, understandably so. I'm sure, while John was raising the kids, I'm sure it was a family effort,
Yeah.
because of the loss. So I bet there was some tensions because mom is around frequently. Um, I understand that. Yes, it's Nunya up here incognito. You're naked, Nunya.
Thank you. Oh, you can't see my avatar?
No,
It's probably my internet. Sorry. My avatar
that's
is on for my.
okay. Um, let's talk a little bit about Aaron's testimony, though. So
So,
Erin we're going to call her sister-in-law just for simplicity. We know she's not technically Karen's sister-in-law, but just for simplicity's sake, we'll probably say that.
yeah, she's Paul's wife of 20 some odd years.
Mm-hmm.
So she's very in with the family and has gone through a lot with the family thus far.
Mm-hmm.
So she proceeds to basically tell us that her and Karen really hit it off. They had become
They were close.
friends. Often she has a long commute going home. So often she would call Karen and they would just chit chat and talk the whole way home. They talked a lot. They confided a lot in each other. Um,
Mm-hmm.
they seemed to be really good friends. When this whole thing was going on, she kept asking the family and kept asking her husband,
They were
how is
concerned.
Karen? Where is Karen? Did anybody check on Karen? Like, she was very
Mm-hmm.
concerned for Karen's well-being in that moment. And while she was saying that, I didn't feel like Paul was saying that at any point in time in his testimony, but you could definitely
But
tell that he cared. Yeah.
it's also a guy too. I feel like some men don't pick up on that as well either, or maybe right now he's bitter about it all and didn't want to even mention it. He might have thought it at the time and didn't want, but Erin definitely, she established their relationship and let us know how concerned she was about Karen. She was calling people
Hmm.
asking about Karen. She was very concerned about Karen, and um I could feel that from her. I felt like she was being honest in that uh, testimony of hers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Small Wildflowers. Another thing I noted is that when she finally does get a hold of Karen, Karen is driving home with her father from Canton, and she let Aaron know that she was on the speaker and that she was with her dad. And in that conversation, Karen says, "I'll never see you again," and repeated several times that he's dead, he's dead. So, what do you take away from that?
So I know you kind of have a different take than I do on this one. Um, to me, I'm guessing that she already kind of caught the vibe from Paul and the mom and the dad at the hospital. She understands the reason why she couldn't go in is because she's the girlfriend, not the wife. And so she's kind of being left out in the cold, and
Mhm.
not a no pun intended, but she's kind of being left out of the details of things that are going on. So I kind of feel like she knows that, like, what happens to every girlfriend when, if there's a breakup or a death, like, the family outs that person. So I kind of understood, like, she knew that their relationship, their friendship, and her relationship with the family was over at that point. She knew she would be ousted, like every
Yeah.
other girlfriend in the history of girlfriends.
Right, you pick family.
Yeah, you always choose family. So that's kind of how I
She
felt about it.
was,
How did you
yes.
feel about it?
Paul did say she was there when he told when they told the son, and then she went upstairs and then left. I do
Hmm.
remember that.
And he leaves
Um,
pretty quickly too.
and then the son left pretty quickly too. So maybe
Yeah.
they all just kind of some families don't grieve together. They want their space. I don't know. Ashley thinks she felt left out. Maybe she just wanted to be with her family, wanted to break down in front of her family. It's a very sad situation. I don't read too much into the "I'll never see you again." I understand why some will. I completely do. But to me, like I was telling others earlier, that that's when Marshall's first long-term girlfriend, when they broke up, that was like one of the first things she said to me. It was like, "I'm never gonna see you guys again." And of course I was like, "Oh yeah, you will." I haven't seen her again. Like, like, as my kid, I'm ride or die for my kid no matter what. Like, I love you, you're a sweet girl. We run into each other at Walmart, I'm gonna hug you and think fondly of you. I might send you, a fruit basket for your birthday or something. But yeah, my son is my son. So I could see where she would say, like, "I'm never gonna see you guys again," because John's no longer alive. So
There.
that
Yeah.
connection is gone. What It's hard to maintain relationships after the person that brought you together is removed
Mhm.
from the situation.
Yeah.
Someone asked earlier, when was she arrested? Because you wonder, oh, what about the funeral? Well, she was arrested 2 days later. So I'm guessing she's arrested for his murder. She ain't gonna be feeling too comfy to go to his funeral.
Yeah.
Um,
I
so
I
I
know I wouldn't
understand.
show up.
Hmm.
Kendra said, I thought the he's dead happened while Karen was on the scene. The drive back, he was already pronounced deceased. So at the scene, it was, is he dead? Is he dead? And on the
Hmm.
phone with Aaron, she testified. She was saying he's dead. He's dead.
Yeah,
Because
she was
she
just
already
repeating
knew it
over
was
and
a
over.
fact. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and I understand that, like, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. Like,
Hmm.
it's just like a shock response. "Welcome to the streets, Tawanda." Thank you, love. Yeah, so that did happen or that's the way Aaron testified it.
Yeah, I appreciated their testimony a lot. I know we still have to go over the Aruba stuff, but
Mm.
I appreciated their testimony a lot. I felt like it was very insightful. I felt like they were freaking kind to her. Like you could tell that there was still some feelings towards her there.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, I did know this. I forgot it, so thank you for that reminder, Tracy. At the bail hearing, she was ordered to stay away from the family. Um
oh,
Yes, and I could see that, and this is just my interpretation, I could be wrong, but based on the way Aaron would glance over at Karen, and some of the things that she said, I do feel like she's hurt by everything, like
yeah.
she lost a friend too.
I,
So,
I also feel
regardless
like
of
they
whether
may be
she thinks she's guilty or
confused.
not, it's you can still
Yeah.
put these things in different boxes, right? She can still be sad that her friend is no longer with her and think she's guilty. So those things can happen at the same time, but I did feel a fondness there and could tell that they cared for Karen.
And to me, I think that they can be very confused right now. Like they know what the prosecution, DA, police are telling them, but I'm sure they're not naive enough to not know, like to see these other things coming out and listen to the hearings and hear these things happening. And at the very least, right, even if they still think she's guilty, maybe they have some thoughts on the officers, like, why would you want to fuck up justice for my brother potentially, you know? So you can definitely like you can see the confliction, in my opinion. You can see the confliction. Like Paul was very conflicted. Aaron cares about her, but Paul was conflicted. It's like he cares about her but also
Yeah.
wants justice, even if it's her, whether it's her or
Mhm.
not. He just wants justice for his brother.
And to
I
Wanda, that's
agree,
very
Ashley.
possible that the family was telling, or that law enforcement was telling the family bad things based on
Yeah.
what we heard Proctor's telling his
Yeah.
buddies. I can only imagine what he was telling family, and maybe not the whole family gathered up together, but maybe brother and dad off to the side saying this or that, and then it's gonna leak back to the women. Um, I wondered what so brother and so Paul and Aaron did not hear the opening statements. They were not in the courtroom. Only the father, Paul O'Keefe Sr., was got around the sequester order. So, hey, Sleuthy, feel free to come up if you want to, love. But So he gets to be in the courtroom the whole time until he testifies because he's on the defense's witness list. So he won't come in until later. So they have allowed him to be in the courtroom before that.
The whole time.
So Aaron and Paul were not. So I'm curious as to what they felt or what they thought hearing that opening statement later about what Proctor was doing. Because I will say Mom seemed a little shocked by that. Like it, well, I don't know if I would use shocked. It's hard to judge John's mom and her thoughts and what she's thinking back there, but she definitely like had a perplexed look on her face when we found out that Proctor was looking for Karen's nudes and saying these things about her.
Yep.
So
Sarah seems to be a local because she mentioned something earlier about she said, I was happy to see their testimonies because they were saying some negative things about Karen over the summer. It seems they've softened a lot, and I hopefully so. And she said, and witnesses were telling them bad things, the same witnesses who they are now hearing allegedly destroyed phones, deleted searches, etc. It has to be a mind, excuse my French, it has to be a mind fuck for them, because think about this. We have all been in this scenario where you have a friend telling you something to your face and then later you find out something completely different. It is a huge mind cluster when that happens. So there very well could be.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get my avatar to show. I don't know why it's not.
It is. Yeah, it's Nunya. Her avatars. There's your avatar. You
Did
got
it
your
show up
clothes
now?
on.
What in the world? All I did was go into the settings and tap on it and hit done. Like I was picking a new avatar. Weirdo. Thanks a lot, StreamYard.
She did look like she mouthed nope right before Yannetti did. Okay, hang on. Sleuthy's my porn bomber. Let me get the screen up for this one.
Okay.
No, it's actually me.
It's her this time. Last time I got Peen Bomb, it was a Sleuthy copycat.
I heard.
No.
Yeah, that's why I'm a mod. I don't actually mod. I'm just here so you can tell that it's me.
Don't worry, none of my mods actually mod except for Grandma Sherry
and
Nicole B. And Nicole B. I got her on there.
Sometimes.
And perfectly.
I'm so glad you guys are talking about this. I was literally, because I was thinking, like, what am I going to do on all these dates? Like, this trial schedule is such garbage. They're hardly ever in court. And they have, so like, we have all day off tomorrow. Then we come back Thursday again for just another 3 hours.
Half a day.
Yeah, like, no wonder it's going to take all this, so many weeks. It just seems like a royal waste of time.
And then no jury stuff on Friday.
So bizarre.
Right?
It is
potentially.
I don't know how
I don't think they've said about Friday for sure yet.
Yeah.
So right now we're on the second witness. So we're talking about Aaron's testimony. We're trying to go by like in the order of the testimonies to give our thoughts on the different testimonies and kind of what we learned from them.
Yeah. So
well, she's beautiful.
She
is beautiful.
Absolutely. And I have to say that what I got from them was what you all were just saying before I came up, was just like, I think that everybody really liked her. And I think that and this is just my impression based on their testimony. And I think that as the investigation was going on, that they were led to believe certain things about this person and it probably took a long time to kind of get
come
yourself
to terms with those feelings.
Yeah, that's like, you know, they're not who I know. Well, now you're sitting here in this trial and you're going to find out these other things. And it's like, oh my God, like, which is right? Is it the person that I thought I knew all that time? Or like, is it this person that for the past year I thought she was? And I think that it's, I was grateful to see that they did not cross-examine them. I didn't think they needed to. I
agree. I think that was a good move.
Super smart. Don't question the family like that.
Yeah.
Keep them as a grieving family. I think Evil Queen, we're going to get to that in a minute. Absolutely going to get to that.
Oh,
do you want to give us, since you came in late, like what were your thoughts on opening statements?
Oh, I was anticipating that big time. And I think that if it didn't just meet my expectations, it exceeded them. I felt like I was listening to Lally as best I can, as I usually do. And it was a lot of names. And like, I know the names and I know who he's talking about, but I was trying to think of like, as a person that's not
Yes.
supposed to, I'm like, there's no notes in the world. Like I made multiple spreadsheets like before I figured out like exactly who everybody was. So like, I'm thinking there's no way these people are following this. And I felt like instead of telling the story versus all the people, you could just have said a witness, a police officer. Like, the testimony is to make it more clear for you, not so much the opening. But anyway, so I'm like listening to that, and I'm just like, this is all the same things we've already heard over and over again. Like, he was reading from the same piece of paper he read from at every hearing. And
Right. And he's repeating the sorry. Go
like
ahead.
the statement of the facts or whatever, like the same piece of paper he's read at every hearing.
That's exactly what I said. If you go back and listen to my commentary just a little bit ago, I hold up my notebook and it's like he's just reading. Proctor wrote a report that the road hadn't been plowed. Blah 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 blah. Like there was nothing in it, like no change of tone, no emphasis on words. He was just so. It was like it reminded me of that guy that's like, Clear Eyes is awesome. Like there was nothing. It was very flat. Very flat.
It was, and it's like, I guess I hate to say that it's true that you kind of have to have like a personality. Like the simple fact of the matter is that you've got these people here who don't know anything about it. And I think that for them, it's going to be, it felt like one of those moments where like, okay, so like he stops talking, like now they're going to call somebody else. And like, we're already like, oh my God, like I'm already lost. We just started. And then here comes this man. And the first thing out of his mouth is Karen Reed was framed. And the inflection in his voice.
Boo.
Yeah, he was like the entire thing. I mean, I don't even think I really ever noticed him looking down very much.
Not too often, just he would, and I think
to remember.
Emily Baker kind of made reference to that Lolly was reading off of his notes and Yannetti would glance at them occasionally to make sure he was in the right spot, but he was laying out the story for you. She's like, that's a man who has practiced that in front of the mirror several times.
For sure.
And he did. He came prepared.
And he added things that we didn't know.
Yep.
That
was mind-blowing.
Yeah, I was like, I was appalled. And it wasn't just like one thing. It was multiple things. Like the fact that so just to kind of recap, because I don't see a whole lot of people talking about it. It didn't seem like it was getting live tweeted a whole lot. But in that opening statement, when they were talking about Proctor and the way that he was speaking to his friends about this.
Gross.
He started off by saying that Proctor was saying things, like calling her things that you wouldn't call or say about your worst enemy.
Your worst enemies within hours.
And then he said that he told them that Proctor, hopes Karen kills herself.
Yep.
And then was telling them that he was like mad or disappointed because he looked through her phone, which he wasn't supposed to be doing, because like there's been a standing order. There was a standing order for like a year because they knew that she was in communication with her attorneys. And they had to have a special taint team go in and look at those after they were redacted by Karen's attorneys. Right? This man didn't give a fuck. And he looked at her texts and stuff and looked all through her phone anyway, and then told his friends that he was either mad or upset, I can't remember, or annoyed or whatever, that there were no naked pictures of Karen.
Well, he said that he was looking for her nudes and that he was disappointed because he hadn't found any yet.
That is vile.
It's like he was still looking for them. So without a search warrant, without any permission from a judge or anyone of the kind, he's just pilfering through Karen's phone. And I listened to a lot of different commentary on this yesterday, and every lawyer I listened to was like, no. In fact, I even clipped together like the reactions of several different
Did you?
Commentaries. That's like 20 minutes long. I thought I might play it at the end because everybody's reaction was hella interesting. They were just like, what? And these are like lawyers, you know, that have done this for years and years and years, and they were blown away. It was a very smart power move to put that in the opening statements for sure. And to hold it close to the vest for 2
Yes.
years and not leak
Yeah.
that in. I mean, they could have put that in their motion to dismiss, and they didn't.
Yep. Yep.
They could have put it in several spots and it got out to the public, and it did not. I think that was what was most shocking.
I wonder if they had to wait. Like I wonder if, I don't think that would have came from like a Rule 17. That must have came from
The
the
feds,
federal
I'm
stuff.
thinking.
The
Yeah.
federal, yeah.
And so basically, and he made a good point when he said, like, you know, he thought, because in reality, no, they wouldn't have ever seen it had there not been a federal investigation. No, they wouldn't have seen those communications between him and his friend. So, and I also think something else that's powerful, and I don't remember if he said this. I feel like he did say that him and Jackson were both prosecutors. But I think that me as a juror, like if I was sitting there listening to an attorney for a defendant say that they were a prosecuting attorney in that area, and that she also hired another prosecuting attorney, and these people are now representing her the way that they are, I think that would be
that's a good
meaningful
point.
for me. Yeah.
I didn't think of that because now they're on the defense side of things. Interesting.
But yeah, I thought they were great. I don't think I would have said anything different or added anything. I thought it was just enough to get you like sitting straight up in your chair to hear what else they had to say.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I can't believe in the videos I clipped together, I forgot to put
the lawyer,
you know's reaction in there. But yeah, his was like, ooh, yeah, his was a reaction later, so he had already heard it. Some of the ones that I put, you know, are like hearing it live. Their reactions were the best.
Did you get the guy? Let me go. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never know what I'm allowed to do, like when I'll lose you and when I won't. But this guy, this attorney, he was on the Young Jerks. His name's Mark Bederow.
Oh no, I didn't.
Oh my God. And like I have the timestamp, and like he like slow rolls like into it, and he totally threw me. I was cackling, like there were tears coming out of my eyes the way he was talking about that.
Yeah, you'll have to give me that. That'll be great. I was really blown away by it. So I know I had to go around and see what all of these people were saying on it. Everybody, like Emily Baker's was my favorite so far. She's like, what the fuck? Like she's screaming.
So fucking crazy wants me to tell you, Deets, what the fuck? How did you leave the lawyer you know out?
I clipped it. I don't know how I forgot to put it in there. I just liked a lot of what the lawyer, you know, his whole live commentating, recapping day one was really, really good.
Well, they're very appalled at the fact that you left them out. I'm just saying.
Copa, I wanted to hear that too. There's like what 10 media people in the room. That is very sad because I would love to hear more about the jury's expressions, what they were thinking at that point. I really, really would.
What their facial expressions were, or like what. I think only one time did I see someone comment on the fact that they were taking notes, like ping-ponging back and forth and taking like a bunch of notes. And it's, I don't know. I feel like if you deliver it in a certain way. So for instance, like, and I always bring it up and everybody always forgets about like where they heard that. You know how like you hear something and then people talk about it and you're like, I don't remember where I heard that. Maybe I read it in a filing. Maybe I remember vividly Jackson in that one hearing, and I always go back to it because I could literally play almost every word that he said in my head, and I could repeat it because it was compelling the way that he explained it. And like I didn't need to take any notes, and he was talking about the Google search. So I think that let's say, for instance, I technically don't think that writing a lot of notes means like more interest. I think it's more, I'm going to lose this. Like there's no way I'm going to remember it. Like when he started
you want to put
spouting
it
off
in
all
your
those
brain.
names. Yeah. Oh, he's that guy on the right. Oh my God.
All right, yeah, she says it's this Mark Betterow that we want to listen to. Is that how you say
Yeah,
it?
Bederow, I think. ROWE. He's been going
Bedero?
after Wendy Murphy on Twitter for like a week now.
Oh my. All right, I haven't heard this reaction yet, y'all, so this is one's new to me too.
You have a lot to be happy about, I feel like, today.
That's for sure. There's no question about that. Lally tanked in court, so he had a bad day.
I've seen, I don't know, maybe thousands of opening statements in my life. I've given them, I've sat across from them. I've trained ADAs, watched them give them, read them in transcripts. It's an everyday thing for us. And I have to tell you, based upon what I saw today, in 25 years, given the gravity of the case, the emotion in the case and everything, I think I can state with complete confidence that was absolutely the most pathetic, worthless, boring, and ineffective summation by a prosecutor imaginable. Oof. And I was speechless after I saw this. And he's presumably, again, the best they have. I mean, this is the biggest case they're ever going to have. And he had no emotion. He had no plan to lead the jurors along in a way to captivate them. He probably put them to sleep, because I didn't doze off, but I think I lost focus a few times like everyone else. He spent a good 15 of his 35 minutes talking about nothing important in the grand scheme of the trial. He buried the lead, as they say. I think it took him until the last 5 minutes before he mentioned what he claims the evidence will be, related to the vehicle, things of that nature. And it was just awful. And if you can even remember 90% of what he said, that's more than I can. Terrible.
God, it didn't pay well.
Oh my God. That's like the most professional dragging I've heard in my life.
Assertive or
That's
vocal.
Exactly what it was. It was.
Yeah. He was like, oh.
I wasn't expecting. He started but the whole thing was professional. Like they could have put that on court TV. Like, I wish somebody would have put him on court TV and asked him what he thought of that.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably the most professional dragging I've seen. But the fact that he even said my favorite part, he says he's the best they got, presumably.
Oh my God.
Presumably.
I'm like, dang.
It was such a courteous dragging, that's for sure.
It definitely was.
Oh my goodness. Let me go. I'll grab the lawyer real quick.
Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Sophie gets his own little clip.
Yeah,
foolish they are.
I know. Let me see. I can find it pretty quick.
I love him. I've been dying to get him to when that motion came out, the most recent. I won't get everybody off track, but the one in Delphi where he's basically like not wanting the defense to present a defense at all. I want him to read it, and I sent it. He said he would, but then all this Karen Reed stuff was happening. So,
Nanya fell off.
There she is.
Sorry, yeah, okay. I swiped to see the chat.
All right, I want to say that it is around this time. Like, this is shortly after Yannetti's up, so we'll hear. I can skip forward a little bit.
And you will question their shoddy, biased investigation. A faulty investigation that led to Karen. This officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn. And Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning.
The defense has no burden. I know that, okay? It's what I do. I get it. But after this opening, if I'm a juror, I think he's got a burden.
He does.
If you're saying these things as fact, you better prove them to me. And we saw this with the Parkland resource officer case with Mark Eiglarch. I said, you come out like this, you better have the goods. And he had the goods in that case, and it was a not guilty verdict. They're coming out firing, saying, we're going to prove this, we're going to prove that, we're going to prove that. And then you're going to see why this investigation was so bad, why it's a cover-up, things like that. Very interesting to me.
And Yannetti knows that,
Right. And I find that so typically, because they don't have a burden that they have to prove, but with this defense, they're going to have to prove it to a certain extent to get the jury to believe it. So it's a bold move.
I think they will. I mean, they've already, apart from the two family members, they've already impeached every witness they've put up there.
Hey, TPE, hope you're good. All right, let's see here.
Big difference between these two openings for her. Let me know what you guys think. If you're going to grade the defense versus the prosecution, put the prosecution's grade first, and then the defense's grade second. If you've already watched, if you haven't, wait till the end.
And equally troubling is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert.
Sounds like he should have been conflicted off as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton Police Officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house.
So the guy leading the investigation is giving updates to the brother from the other police department, who's the reason they conflicted off, is very intimately involved with the family of the yard he was found in. And it's like, well, what's the big deal? We know who did it and we know it wasn't them. But it's like, as soon as it starts to get fishy, as soon as it starts to get hairy, that's why we have conflicts of interest. That's why judges, like there are some judges I'm friends with to another level, right? Not just I know who they are from being judges and we go to ends of court and conferences together, but judges I'm on a deacon board with at church, or judges we have a business relationship or whatever it may be. And they're off my case immediately. Not because they would give me whatever I want. Trust me, some of them might be the worst judges for me because they're pretty hard-nosed and strict. But they're conflicted off just because we don't want anybody to ever be able to say our relationship came into play or had an effect on the outcome of a case. Conflicts of interest are not calling out somebody and saying that you're immoral or you're untrustworthy. That's not what a conflict of interest is. A conflict of interest is, let's not even go there. Let's show we're above it. There's something that could be inherent here that we might not even see. It might be implicit. So why test it? There are other officers, other judges, other lawyers. Let's not test it. And what do they do? The exact opposite.
I'm really glad that he specified that.
I agree, because a lot of people are saying just what, he said, that like, oh, they're immoral, this or that. No, it goes much deeper than that. Let's not even test it. We just stay away from that area altogether. And that's what should have been done here as well. Yes, Yannetti is from Boston, and I think it was a very smart move on the defense's part for Yannetti to give the opening statement, for him to clarify he's from Boston, because they do want a local on the case, So I think that was a very smart move. Oh, yeah. Peter is smart. I do like him as well.
You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. How did Michael Proctor feel
I
about
know
her?
it's sped up.
How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you'll learn that on the very day that John was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing or what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports.
So if you remember back to Kobe Bryant, when those people were texting with their friends and sharing things, how that turned out, you're not supposed to do that. Officer, judge, lawyer, firefighter, you just are not supposed to do stuff like that. And when you do, and it comes out, it looks really bad.
True feelings. To his friends who he trusted, in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names he would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself.
You're investigating somebody.
Oh my God.
And we've seen in cases, and let's just say some cases that the world or the community thinks is guilty and is a horrible person. Maybe they don't have a big problem with it. But on this channel, I honestly do believe in this community that if early on in an investigation, the lead investigator was saying that about the worst of the worst, I still think we'd have a problem with it. I know I would. I would have a problem with it. And that's not how it's supposed to work. That's not how justice happens. That's not how investigations are supposed to happen. But then I wonder if the defense is also going to connect the fact that Karen Reed was speaking self-harm words at the hospital while he's also talking about this, that they're putting all this pressure on her that is causing her to crack.
Oh, that's a
He
good
is the
point.
That's a
only
great
That's a
one.
good
point.
I know,
point.
and he is the only one that I heard say that, which is why I clipped him, and then I went and forgot to put him in there. So I'm glad we did decide to go over here and listen to this. He's the only one who made that connection, and it is
Yeah.
it's a perfect point. I
It
wonder
is.
if the defense is going to pick up on that. I'm sure they are. Like they've been on top of it
Mhm.
the whole
Mm.
time.
See,
And
he's
Copa, I agree.
smart.
I love how he tells his chat if it's going too fast for him. He like walks through. He's like, "Go over here to this little dial and turn it down to 0.75. We're listening to it at this speed." It's so funny. They take pictures. First responders all own phones. They take. Well, they're not. Well, I don't know if they're supposed to or not. That's something I can ask some people I know. If some of the first responders took pictures, I wish they'd turn them in because the pictures they're showing in court suck. Like they're horrible. Oh,
I can't imagine what those names are going to be from, a Boston police officer, but I have a feeling we're going to find out.
he's a
He
Massachusetts
told his
state
friends
trooper, but
that he had seized your cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed.
His face.
This is
right? Like it's that. Whoa,
what the fuck
okay,
is
I gotta
wrong with you?
pause. Heavy sigh. How am I going to address this?
It's like, how could anybody hear that and think that that's like okay at all? Like, are people making excuses for this? Like, do they
Oh,
think
of
it's like,
course. Of
made up?
course.
Is it
Those who
made
think
up?
she's guilty will say, like, he's a prosecutor. He's a man. Like, it's okay. Like, whatever. She killed him. That's all that matters.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Crazy.
So he exploited her like in more ways than just the one that's been talked about for all this time.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I'd be
Not
concerned he sent stuff too. Like,
and
like,
now. Oh, I would be if he would have found it. Would he have sent stuff? That's a great
yeah.
question.
Mm.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he would have saved that on his own phone and then
That's
deleted those
true.
messages to share with his buddies.
That the law enforcement down in Florida that released the Madeline Soto photo off of her phone onto her Facebook. Remember the trouble she got into? Yeah. Big time.
not normal.
Not
This is not how it's supposed to work. So certain jobs we joke, there are certain jobs that, are so hard to get fired from. And I guess I won't mention what any of them are, but this was a reason that we knew somebody that got fired. He was searching for this stuff on his computer through evidence of victims and defendants that he found attractive. And he was looking through their cell phone data download for literally nude photos. Now, this person was fired, even though those photos and everything were gotten pursuant to a search warrant. Seems like he was doing this before a search warrant, and he was looking at attorney-client privilege communication. Really interesting to bring that up in front of a jury. Sometimes judges won't allow that, but this judge did. The fact that he was looking for nudes, and I guarantee, again, I don't know anything. I don't know what's coming out, but I would have to guarantee they have to have that actual text message that he was looking for nudes.
They do.
They have to. And because, and that's what Runkle stated in his assessment of this opening statement was that if they didn't have that, if the defense did not have that information, you would have heard the Commonwealth up in arms. There would have been objections flying. There would have been like a huge stink raised in the courthouse. The judge probably would have interjected.
But you know what this makes me think of now is, remember the motion, I always call it motion in lemonade, but I know that's not what it in lemonade.
Lemonade.
The one to make them not talk about the IA investigation. So I wonder if they knew that these text messages were going to lead down a road towards the IA investigation, and they wanted to block that like make a detour at that point so that it didn't like make the jury see that even law enforcement sees this as a potential problem.
That's literally a good enough reason alone to start an IA investigation.
Oh, absolutely.
Like forget the naked pictures. I'm just saying him knowing he's not supposed to access privileged communications, that he did it anyway.
Well,
and he told people about it.
I'm wondering if what triggered the IA investigation and the federal investigation was him falsifying the records on the documents about when the vehicle was obtained. Because I don't think that they would just boom instantly get information off of his personal phone unless one of his buddies turned it in and was like, look, this is eating away at me, but your boy here's been texting us this stuff. Otherwise, I would think that they found it in the federal probe investigating the investigation. So maybe it was the falsified records that started that. I don't know.
Somebody said, what do you think his end goal was in searching for that? Or was he just trying to be cool with his friends? Is it blackmailing or bullying he was trying to use it for? I
We
think he's
don't
just a
know his
creep.
face. You think he's a creep?
I just think he's a creep.
But I do think he's a creep, and I think that you could get me to believe that he was going to use that to get Karen like I have
something on her. You think like a blackmail thing? I don't know.
or even if he
I
gave
don't know him
up.
to know if he's a creep or not. We also know that he was more than we know. For those of us that have dug in deep to this case prior to this, we know that he also was like approached about a gift, and he's like, yeah, get my wife one. Not like, no, I can't accept a gift, or that's wrong, or haha, you're funny, thanks. But no, he was just like, get it for my wife instead. So
I haven't heard anything that I like about this man.
I have yet to either.
Yeah, I have no reason right now to think that he's like for instance, and obviously you all get to it, but like the EMT kid that was up there today, like, he got caught up, but I felt bad because I think generally he's probably a good guy. I think I know exactly what happened, and I'm speculating, but I don't think it was like a malicious thing that happened with him. But this guy, I have no reason to think that he's.
There's nothing good that I've heard about him, but I guarantee you the day that Trooper Proctor testifies on the stand is probably going to be one of the heaviest watched days of this trial, unless Karen herself takes the stand.
We're only on day 2, and my lawyer friends was texting me earlier and was like, no way am I calling Proctor to the stand. There's just absolutely no way that I'm calling him to the stand.
Well, that's
and I was
like, you did it. You have to. He's the lead investigator.
Well, then I was thinking about Bev and her saying, well, what if they don't call him? And that was just so bizarre that she said that. And now all this.
Maybe she was trying to help them know, like, hey, you could potentially not call him. But then even if the prosecutor didn't call him, then the defense would call him.
That's what Eliza said. She goes, well, if they don't, we will. So he's coming to the stand one way or another.
Yeah,
he's coming up no matter what.
No chill.
But, see, they'll have to ask Bev, though, for permission to treat him as a hostile witness, because there ain't no way he's going to sit up there. And
I think he's going to plead the fifth a lot.
Do you?
So I do. I think we heard a little bit out of Seraph today where he was like, I don't remember. I think we're going to get a lot of that. Copa, I would have paid. I wish I was like a fly on the wall of their house when this bomb dropped the first time. I'm sure it came out long before this for the wife. But I'm also very curious as to I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall of his friends' homes today when this came out, or his coworkers who don't know what's up or what's going on. Oh, I wonder what they were all thinking.
I'm sure she thinks they're lying. I'm sure she thinks, until they put those text messages up on the screen, these two guys are lying.
Well, I've heard a lot of testimony from some pundits who are covering this, who are like, she is 100% guilty. That is a lot of what they're saying, is that how dare he lie like this in opening statements. Did you even hear an objection from the Commonwealth? Is what I wanted to say to those people.
And not even did Bev. Bev didn't even sigh.
She didn't even heavily. She knew this was coming, and
every time they have a good point, she sighs at their question, like, "Oh, here we go."
Yep.
Sarah said they're already trying to backpedal co-lead investigators. I agree, Sarah.
Started that, Sarah. You are correct. They just started that like a month ago. Oh yeah, you didn't know that? So they started saying in the hearings, co-lead investigator, and that is just a very recent thing.
And Bev kept piping up saying things like whenever they said something about him, and she was like, Well, but he's not the only one. Like, basically,
Yeah.
the whole thing's going to be,
Yep.
well, he was never like alone. He was the lead, but he was always with Yuri, or he was always with Brian Tully, or like, that's what it's going to be. Is he had, he might be a piece of shit, but he was never alone to do what you're saying he did. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. True
Interesting.
healing time.
See, healing time, we're going to get into it a little bit later about the testimony from the 3 witness or the 2 officers and the firefighter. I consider them the first like witnesses taking out the family.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% that she's innocent. I do think that they
Yeah,
are
I'm
presenting
still in
a
the
lot
middle.
so far towards reasonable doubt, absolutely. But I have questions, absolutely have some questions about some of the things that we learned throughout their testimony. But
I
look at
have
this
to.
before we play again, or I'll let you speak in just a second. So look at her face back there when that drum was bopped. That woman's like, "What?" In the blue dress. Go ahead,
I
Lucy.
surely would not want that position in that room. Like, I would not want to be behind them the whole time. But so, like, Bob was like, obviously the brother needs to get on the stand because in order to prove that John O'Keefe died, they have to prove that he was alive first.
Right.
So that's like, because I was like, I don't understand. Like, what is the purpose of having them up there? Because they didn't really do, like, even the whole Aruba thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm thinking, okay, here comes, like, they were probably trying to figure out who they could call first. And they were like, well, we can't put anybody up here that knows the Alberts or the McCabe's. Like,
Well, and they also had to get the ring camera into evidence. And so putting Paul O'Keefe up there brings the ring camera into evidence. So that would be another reason for calling him first. I don't know. Maybe they're going to use that later on in their case. But that was one thing I noted because they went heavily through that ring camera footage with Paul.
You know what I noticed about when they were playing all that ring camera footage is, and maybe I missed it if somebody else noticed, but it seemed to me that throughout all of that footage, nobody was like stopping to like look at the back of her car. Like nobody
Nobody
stared
was
at the
even
light. Like, what
glancing
happened? Or
over.
look at this.
Yes.
I noticed that too. I was like watching specifically for that to see if her dad or her brother glance over at it like, oh shit,
Yeah.
we gotta get this car out of there.
I
don't notice that. You didn't notice Paul look at it. You don't notice
She didn't.
Yeah, nobody took a second look at it at all.
She walked actually when she crosses from the front of her dad's driver's side of his car to go around the passenger side of her car, and she kind of climbs over the hill of snow. I thought to
Yeah.
myself, "Oh, she's gonna stop and look at that light," and she
didn't.
doesn't. She just walks to the car, and I'm like, "So nobody's
Right.
gonna look at the car?" The brother goes and cleans dad's window, then walks over to her car, cleans her
Yeah.
front window, and I'm like, nobody looked at the car. Like, if everybody is heard by that time that this has happened or thinks that this happened, wouldn't you be checking out the car? Because I would. Maybe I'm just
I would.
nosy, but I'd be walking all around the car looking at it.
If my daughter came and told me, look, I think I hit my boyfriend and I cracked my taillight and that might be found where he is, that's definitely like one thing I'm going to be looking.
Well, but
That'd
it
be
wasn't
the first
cracked.
thing
It
Luke
was
looked at when he got out of the like if Morgan
was
had told him
missing.
that she even cracked her taillight, that'd be the first thing Luke would be going to look at. Like even if it was just a crack.
It was like all gone. Like she said it was cracked. Supposedly, she showed Jennifer while they were there that morning before they left to go look for him.
Yeah.
But like then the Commonwealth has us to believe that it was gone basically. So it's not like they just didn't notice a tiny crack. Like they would have noticed there was no red plastic at all.
Exactly. And well, that was one thing. Okay, here real quick. Under review. Yes, I have heard objections during opening and closing, or not during closing, but during opening statements, at least 3 times, 3 separate trials that I can think of off the top of my head. So yes, they can do it. Typically they don't. But there was a couple times like I was bouncing around through creators just to kind of get different commentary throughout the trial. And I happened to be on I think it was Bob and Allie at that time, and they were stating like Allie was stating a couple times like they should have objected here. They should have objected, like making note that like that's an objection and the Commonwealth's not calling it. So yes, they can and they do. It's just not frequently done. And then Sarah, that was one thing I noted, honestly, that I didn't mention earlier. So thank you for bringing it up. Was that in Lolly's opening statement
Today,
he
yesterday.
said, yeah, yesterday, he said cracked. He said the taillight was cracked all the way until the end of his statement. So I noted that he doesn't mention murder until the 37-minute mark of a 38-minute opening. He doesn't mention shattered until right before that when it comes to her taillight. He said cracked every other time he talked about it. So I think that's important to note that even they're mentioning cracked, 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 and then suddenly it becomes shattered. And even the prosecutor, the Commonwealth today struggles to call it shattered. He keeps going back to cracked. And I think that's interesting.
You know what I just thought of is, and it's entirely possible that Lally said it and I totally missed it. But like, I guess what I would have expected him to finally do would have been to stand there instead of telling me about them all being at the bar and then going home and then so and Aruba and like,
yeah.
I guess I was more or less expecting him to say, you know, the evidence will show that Karen Reed got angry with John O'Keefe and decided that she wasn't going to go. And, you know, they maybe had some kind of exchange. She said that she got into a fight with him the last she saw him. And the evidence will show that she reversed at so-and-so amount of miles per hour and did not hit the brakes. And she slammed into John O'Keefe and then left him to lay in the yard.
He said what he did say was that I couldn't catch it. I'd have to go back and listen to it. He talks about some data being extracted from the Lexus and that the data opines that around 12:45 a.m. the Lexus was in front of 34 Fairview, that it traveled over 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour.
So
and that's kind of where he left it.
So what's he going to say? And I do believe that Yannetti brought it up in his opening that the
She was at
voicemail
the
of Karen at
house.
12:41. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Sure did. So it's going to be I don't think let's see, someone here mentioned it about people's stories lining up. Max Smith, I think that we're all aware that me, Nunya, and Sleuthy could all witness the same thing at the exact same time, and you could get 3 different stories from that.
Absolutely.
And I think the jury is aware of that as well. Everyday people are aware of that as well. I don't think that the testimony of what she said or didn't say is going to be as powerful as the data in this case, as the Google searches, whatever's pulled off of the Lexus, the text messages between people, the phone calls, those things I think are going to be the make or break of the case. That's just my opinion, more so than, you know, they said this at the first part of the investigation and then they changed it for the grand jury and then changed it again for the federal grand jury. I do think it is going to come down to a couple of witnesses' statements, that what they testify as being important, and the data.
I think
so. Okay, sorry. Are we done with Aaron? I wanted to bring up Seraph.
We're just gonna say Seraph. I don't know if I get it right, but we're gonna.
I
say
really
Seraph.
liked Aaron.
Okay.
I thought she was genuine, and
yeah,
you know, I all I was thinking about during the two of them, but especially her for whatever reason, was I can't believe they're gonna put these kids on the stand.
I know.
I was like
I'm
I'm already
with you on
dreading
that.
it. Like I don't know why they're
Me
doing that.
too. My
Do you
stomach is
think
in
the
knots over that.
defense would have let the kids not be brought up if the prosecution wasn't so insistent on using them as witnesses?
Yeah, I don't think they have no reason other than that they like Karen. They liked Karen. She can get good character witnesses. She don't need 2 children.
I
They're
think
being brought in
that
to say they fight.
Yeah,
I think
that's
the
all that it is
defense
to
is
me.
going to do the same thing that they did with Paul and Aaron, and they will probably pass on crossing them.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be my guess.
That would be smart.
It would be. Let's hear let me finish up Mr. Peter Trago's statement on this, and then we'll go to Seraph. How about that?
Okay.
How else would they prove it? The judge is not going to let them infer that from some other comment that he made. So this guy's breaking the rules, connected to who the defense is going to point the finger at, and being a jerk to the defendant, telling her he hopes she ends her own life, and looking at her phone for nudes. If the jury is making up their mind in opening statements like some jurors do, they're not supposed to. It feels like they're only going to go one way after this. I mean, this is appalling stuff. And this guy's going to take the stand? Oof. John, why don't you throw up a poll for people to give a grade A, B, C, or F for the state's opening, and then we'll do one for the defenses after we finish.
Disappointed he hadn't found and met. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who's chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is sure going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too.
And again, you can say, sorry, I'm telling John, the Commonwealth, not the state, the Commonwealth opening statement. You can say cover up all you want. You can say bad investigation all you want as a criminal defense team. We've seen it happen, right? We've seen it happen. Sometimes we're like, that's pretty weak. Sometimes we're like, that's a pretty good argument. Very rarely do you have evidence where they literally say, nope, the homeowner's not going to be in trouble because he's a Boston cop too. I mean, tell me, does this not sound like a movie? I'm waiting to see what the evidence shows, but the defense's opening sounds like a movie. State's opening, I'm not so sure.
Okay.
And then it sounds
I
like a movie.
Yeah,
It
he
does.
did.
Oh, that's funny.
They're laying. Everybody that I have listened to, besides two, I think, have complimented the way he lays it out. He lays it out like a script and like a movie. And I know some people are scoffing at that, but like Peter goes into saying, whether we like it or not, that's where we are in 2024. That's what people want to hear. They want it laid out like that. Yeah, you got to have the evidence, the receipts to back it up, but you want it laid out to you in a particular way. And he's like, we know this. And that's why I dropped the link. You guys got to go and listen to, his overall thoughts on it. He's like, we know this from all the research that we do polling jurors and what jurors are looking for. They do it frequently in their line of work. And so knowing and understanding that is very important. So I always, in my life, it's like, if I don't know something, you go to someone smarter than you, a professional, an expert in their field, and listen to their take on things. So that's why I like to take in a lot of different commentary on, especially the recaps. I also will note that there is a Prime bottle in the background that looked like a bomb pop, but
And wait,
So
before I
what?
forget, because I meant to say it
Oh,
before,
it does.
about
That's
Yanetti's opening is everybody was saying that like they were obviously dropping the whole dog thing. They're obviously not dropping the dog thing.
not dropping the dog thing. Nope. All right, let me stop sharing that. But that he had really great commentary. I saw you ask in the chat, Nanya, a second ago, like, is someone saying that the Commonwealth's opening was good? I have not heard anyone say that the Commonwealth's opening was good.
We were talking about. They were
Oh no,
saying
Sleuthie
that
said
they
it.
think. Oh, sorry.
She said that
I heard
Grant has been saying he's like a painter or something.
I say
my
Grant
God.
said that, and then I did go and listen to Yellow Cottage Tales. I did not clip their commentary because it was kind of all over the place, but it was Jennifer Coffinduffer was saying like nobody wins an opening statement, and it's so funny because I had went and listened to his right after I listened to Peter Tragos, where he's like, if you're gonna rate this, let's put a poll in the chat. Like, and he later goes on in there and he's like, if I'm gonna say someone won it, it was definitely the defense. I just find the differences in the two very comical.
So Coffindoffer thought that the Commonwealth won the opening statements.
Yeah.
No, she actually said that Lolly did a horrible job with the opening
Oh, okay.
statements. I'll give her that. She actually said, like, he did not do a good job laying it out there. It was very monotone. He gave too many facts. It's
Okay.
like he was nervous or something. Well, he's a seasoned prosecutor. It's like his 6th
I
year or
mean,
something.
but let's be
So,
real. This is like career building.
But at the same
No,
time, though,
that
she
kind
then
of
started making excuses
she did.
about, jurors not being honest. And at one point,
Well,
she
and
looked like she was going to cry.
she said that Yannetti was lying. And I'm like, people have got to stop saying that, like, all defense attorneys do is lie. Like, they're not allowed
It's
to
so
lie.
old. It's the
They
old.
are officers of the court, the same as the Commonwealth. They can be sanctioned. What it is their interpretation of the information. Now, can they toe that line very carefully? Absolutely. We see it happen all the time. But they can't just come in and flat out lie.
If you think for a minute that any judge, let alone Judge Bev, was going to sit there and let him say that the lead investigator, a current law enforcement officer, was saying that he hoped a suspect would kill herself and he was looking for naked pictures. If you think that didn't actually happen and she wouldn't say, absolutely not, you're not saying that, you're crazy. There's no way they would let them defame him like that.
Healing time. If you are Switzerland on this, I would recommend Mel because he's going through it and he did not do any research beforehand because he wanted to go into it as a juror and he has no legal bias. So he's not been a prosecutor or a defense attorney. So he'd be a good one to watch for it.
I've seen people say that they're Switzerland and then they're like, I'm not buying like the whole conspiracy thing. And it's like, well, then you're not really, you know what I mean? Like, because it might be a conspiracy.
But see, I don't buy into a giant conspiracy. I don't buy into a giant conspiracy. I don't.
I don't think it took that many people.
Cover up, yes, not conspiracy necessarily.
But a giant conspiracy of like 30 people? No, I don't buy into
Well, a
that.
conspiracy would be simply,
it can be
if, for example, Proctor, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, that's a conspiracy. Like by the legal definition.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be just with a couple people. I just think that I hear most people say, I can't believe you're buying into a giant conspiracy. How are 30 people going to cover this up? Well, I'm not claiming 30 people tried to cover up something.
That's how they brush it away.
I am seeing a shitty investigation with faults at every corner, and that has me questioning a lot of the evidence. Like Yannetti put in his opening statement, listen to what we just heard about Trooper Proctor. And so now, if we take this man's character and put that in our mind, he's telling his buddies he hopes Karen kills herself, calling her all sorts of names, looking for her nudes, and we're supposed to, and saying that the homeowner's not going to have a hard time because he's a Boston police officer.
Yeah.
So now we're supposed to trust the evidence that he turned in, and when he turned it in, they definitely inserted reasonable doubt towards the lead investigator in my mind with that opening statement.
And you could say that he didn't do it alone, because of course he didn't. I mean, of course he wasn't the only investigator investigating literally everything. I mean, he shouldn't be anyway. But like, depending on where he goes as the lead investigator, others follow. So like, he doesn't have to convince everybody that Karen Reed hit him or that John O'Keefe wasn't beaten up. He just needs to say, so far in our investigation, this is where we're at. And nobody has any reason to question him. Y'all are...
I agree. I was going to type to Freddie, but since there's a pause, I agree. He said that Emily Baker chose to go into the trial blind as well. And her reaction to the cell phone shenanigans at opening was everything. I have actually not sat through a trial with Emily Baker yet. Like, I know who she is. I went and watched some of her recaps on things and whatnot, but I find myself clicking over to her stream the most. I love how she if you don't like commentary while the case or the trial is happening, like Nunya doesn't, so she prefers to just listen to it on like Log Crime. I would not recommend Emily because she does talk frequently while they are going through it, but I appreciate what she has to say about that situation. Now, there was once she was talking, and I did switch over to Court TV to hear that little piece again without commentary. But for the most part, I love the way she puts it in there. And she was putting it in there for both sides. Like she was, stating, I went back and rewatched most of it through her eyes. Definitely the openings. And she was stating the Commonwealth should be objecting here. They should be doing this here. So I thoroughly enjoy her commentary during the trial as well.
I watched hers during like when they would go to break because she's always behind. So when they would go to break, I'd go out of Law and Crime and I'd go to hers and just watch like what she's watching and then go all the way on hers up to the break.
Yes, Jose Baez has lied. I think, yep, that is what most people think of in their mind when they think of a defense attorney is Jose Baez, and I.
Well, that's
I don't
one
know how he
person.
got
That's
away
like
with
saying all
something.
police
Yep.
officers are Mark Furman. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, and it's a very generalized, like if we were to say all police officers are good and all police officers are bad, that's an ignorant statement because they can't. It's not all or nothing. So some are bad. I like to believe most are good. It's unfortunately we hear a lot about the bad ones. Same thing with defense attorneys. Let's see. My biggest issue is why do they keep referring to him as John O'Keefe when he was a cop? It should be Officer O'Keefe. I agree, Perplex. That's what I noted about Lolly's opening statement was that it took him a long time to call him officer as well. I think they're doing that. I think the Commonwealth is doing that to, I don't want to say humanize him, but to take his status down a notch so you don't realize how bad it was that a fellow Boston police officer didn't come out on his lawn when the lights were flashing. And I mean, we heard some of the dash cam footage today where we heard her screaming out there and he didn't come out and check on his fellow officer. Okay, let's get into
Right, Shambles?
no,
We
I'm
didn't
not.
make
I'm
it through
trying to
day
make it
3
all
of the
for one
trial.
day. Officer Seraph. Let's get into Officer Seraph. So let me run through my notes from the Commonwealth
Okay.
questioning of him first. I first noted he arrived at 6:10. It's on the dash cam footage. So that's something we did not know prior that I need to put into my timeline because we had always heard he arrives almost immediately. Well, that's about 6 minutes after she called 911. So it is quick, but you can do a lot in 6 minutes. We see the dash cam footage. Seraph tells the Commonwealth that Officer O'Keefe is 20 feet from the curb. Now, that's of note because we have heard 3 different numbers so far in this trial, but he's the first one to give us a distance, and he says 20 feet. He says that, I noted from the dash cam footage, it doesn't look like a lot of snow. Not the numbers that they were alleging it was anyway. I also took note that the road was plowed. You could see that in the dash cam footage. Showing the dash cam footage admits it into evidence. The lights are flashing. You can hear Karen screaming loudly and freaking out. Karen looked very distraught. Seraph said that John O'Keefe was he said it was about 6 inches of snow on the ground and that John was covered in a light dusting. That's what Seraph said. He checked for a pulse and couldn't find one. And then I put in my notes, is that why Karen assumed he was dead? If the very first responding officer is like, I don't got a pulse on this guy, that could be a part of her questioning, possibly. That's me injecting that last part there. He said it was blizzard-like conditions. In my opinion, I've lived through some blizzards that did not appear to be blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing and it looked like it was slick. It does look like a wet snow. He needs new windshield wipers, I'll tell you that much. But I wouldn't have put at blizzard-like conditions. He said in his Commonwealth testimony, he states, "It's all my fault, I did this." And then states the EMTs are he replies to Karen that the EMTs are doing the best they can. In my opinion, that implies he knows what she was asking, that she was worried. Like, is he okay? Is he going to make it? If his reply to her is the EMTs are doing the best they can, it implied something different than what he was alleging. And we're going to find that out when we talk about the cross. You guys got anything to add to that, or you want me to go through the cross notes first?
One thing I want to add to that was I had noticed his speed.
Yeah.
And I think at one point he got up to like 30 miles per hour, which I know
Oh, he
doesn't
got up to
seem really fast.
got up to 42. Hey, Gaffle. Come on up if you want, babe. Yeah, he got up to like 42 at one point. So he
Yeah,
was
so I mean, that's
doing,
fast.
a normal speed for in-town driving. Okay, let me take that back. If it was the call that he got, I would assume if the weather conditions were better, he probably would have been doing 60, 65 to get there. So he is going slower than if it was perfect weather conditions, right?
Yeah, but he was going faster than
Hey,
you'd
Claire.
be led to believe that, like, it was whiteout conditions. People were driving like 5 miles per hour because the roads were slick and full of snow and no one could see anything,
Yeah.
So one of the things I didn't like in the Commonwealth thing, and it kind of frustrated me, was he's asking them, like, what did Karen say to you? Right? And then he's like, oh, well, I talked to Karen and she said this, and then Jim McCabe, and then he's like, no. We don't need to know what she said. Just what Karen said. And I was like, wait, what? Why
I
not?
did find that interesting. The Commonwealth
well, I think it's
cut him off. Yeah.
yeah, that bothered me too, but then I got to thinking about it, and I think the reason for that is because if the jury hears the various things that were said to various officers versus just hearing Jen McCabe tell one story, like hearing her tell one story, whatever story it is she's going to say, is better than hearing a bunch of different bits and pieces. Even something as simple as when she
True.
supposedly told her to Google how long to die in cold, which so far nobody heard her say.
Hang on, I'm texting my daughter. I'm sorry. I got babysits tomorrow, and she's like, "Are you?" Sometimes I go up. It's over an hour drive, so sometimes I go the night before, and she's like, "Are you coming tonight or in the morning?" I'm like, "I'm coming in the morning." So then moving on to cross, and we had to wait a whole night for this cross, and it was killing me. It was killing me. Bev is very tight with her jury. Very, very tight. As soon as it is time for the day to be done, she stops it. Like yesterday, she stopped it early. She was like, "Well, we're getting close. Are you going to cross?" And the defense said yes. And she's like, "Well, we'll call it a day." Well, then today at 1 o'clock on the dot, she like interrupted Lolly. She's like, "It's 1, we're done." Like, I was like, "Okay, we're done."
Listen, Bev don't play about the starting
She
end
don't
times.
play. She's like, "We are staying on the schedule." Yeah, but so I noted from the cross that the dispatch log I put in my notes, I'm just putting it like this, totally wrong. Basically, every step of the way, like the dispatch log was wrong. And the defense does a great job of getting to that and pointing that out. In Seraph's grand jury statement, it's very different than the dispatch log. And at grand jury, he added in, "It's all my fault, I did this." That is not in his dispatch statement. And then the defense even got him to admit that he had a meeting like 2 days later with Trooper Proctor, and it's not even in that. When he talked to Proctor, he didn't even make that statement. It wasn't until he went to the grand jury that he added in, "It's all my fault, I did this." Then
No, Deets. Hold on.
What?
It was yesterday it changes to "it's all my fault."
originally in the
Correct.
grand jury, it was, it's
Yes.
my fault. I did this. Then yesterday, that's why he asked him in the very beginning, do you want to change anything about what you said
Oh, you're
yesterday?
right. You're right. Thank you.
Because he said yesterday, she said, it's all my fault.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he starts to point out, like, so basically, what you're saying, Officer Saref, is that the more that time goes on, you remember more. Where the
Yeah.
normal person forgets more as time goes on. And
We had a lot of objections during this one, didn't we, from the
yes,
Commonwealth? A lot of objections. Um, you don't like Bev Vader? I love Bev Vader. It's so annoying. Um, I noted I have a big star next to this in my notes that they showed the dash cam footage of Jim McCabe going into the house. Now we don't see it fully happening. I'm wondering if we're going to see that later, but they are definitely pointing us in that direction. And I found that hella interesting. And we
yeah,
looked it
I
up a
saw
little
that
bit ago.
immediately.
What time was that, Nanya? Do you remember? Because I know
six
she
I thought it was like
34,
multitasks.
6:30. Yep,
6:34.
6:34 on the
She
dash cam.
looks like she's going into the house. Also in my notes, I have that 2 people on the Commonwealth were making objections, and they were stating the reasoning for their objections, which you remember Bev Vader told us that's a no-no, but they were doing it.
Only one person supposed to object,
Yep.
except for if you're the Commonwealth. That was the rule.
So he did confirm all he put on the dispatch log was that she said, "Is he dead? He's my boyfriend," which is also the only thing the second officer heard and put in his report. So that was kind of like confirmed in the next witness called to the stand, and that was the only thing he had put in his report as well. So I found that very interesting.
It's also the only thing he told Proctor.
Right. And the question that I have is, why wouldn't they have made an arrest then? If they were alluding to this as being a admission of guilt, of being a confession, why would they have not, like, "Ooh, we got some questions for you," or something? Very curious. That's my question, and not anything that was done on the stand or not. So that's all I really took for him. I mean, there was a lot of things that happened in those short notes, but that's what I wrote down.
So he was the body cam footage with the sound, right? Or was that Mulaney?
No, Seraph had the sound. No,
Okay.
no. Mulaney, you're right. It was Mulaney where they go and ask to listen closely and turn it up, right?
No. It's Saref
No, it's
because
Saraf.
Is it?
it's his
Okay.
body cam because he says, "What happened?" So yeah, it is
Yeah.
Saref. So that's the
You're
thing.
right.
I cannot figure
Let
out.
me
So I
see.
put my headphones in, turned it all the way up. I was on Long Crime already, and I rewound 5 times. But the hard part is I can hear it. I just can't figure out, can I hear it because Jackson already told me what it was
I
saying?
think you can. I think that's
Or
why,
do
because
I
I couldn't hear
really
shit.
actually hear it? So like that's my challenge with that one.
Yeah, let me grab a link and a timestamp because I don't think me even playing it, you'll be able to hear it. I had to go listen to it, like Nunya said, on my own, crank it really loud with both earbuds.
I wanted to hear, and I could not hear.
I could hear it, but it's
It's the
my
second one.
side
Are you
right
going on
here.
Long Crime?
Yeah,
Then it is, the timestamp is,
I got it. Actually, I think
okay.
it's where I like left off, so I just got to go back a little bit.
So I let Mr. Nunya listen to it without the instruction of Jackson. So I let him listen to just the body cam by itself with the audio. And he was like, he can hear him say what happened. He can hear
Yeah,
a female's voice, but can't make out the words of what she's saying.
same. Me too. Did you all notice too? Like, I know you said that you thought it looked like it had been plowed, which I agree. But when he initially pulls up behind them, does it look to you like, and I did take a screenshot, but does it look to you like there were other vehicle tracks?
Oh, here, let me show it. We can see.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
On
Actually,
the
I think
flip
that was
side, I've never
Lally's.
lived in snow.
or driven like in snow like that. So I didn't know what a plowed street looked like. The way Dietz is like, no, that's clearly a plowed street. I'm like, I don't know that.
Here, I'll show you where you can tell it's plowed.
I'm not looking at the actual time of day.
Okay, no, I need to go back. Oh, I would need to go back to day 1, I think, to show
Yes.
you where I could tell it was plowed, because it's when he's driving up, and you can really. I don't know if you can tell it here. No,
It's
it's
right
when
when
he's.
he pulls up and he's back a little further.
Yeah.
I took a screenshot because as you were talking, I was like, I wonder if she thinks that this, because they didn't say anything about it, but that doesn't mean it can't come up. But to me, and especially when we're talking about this Ford Edge that's in play, and they're literally at the spot like where that vehicle would have
See,
been.
this is a plowed road. You can see right here, Nunya.
Yeah.
You can tell this has
The
already
lip.
been plowed.
Oh, because of the smooth in the middle and the little mountains on the
Mhm.
side, or little hills, things on the
Yeah,
side.
let me
Okay.
see. I'll mute it. Let me see if they go into it. That's not. Okay. See, there's plowed. You can tell it's plowed as he turns on to this road. But we're not.
You can actually see it really good here. See how it's like darker
right
in the
there.
middle?
Okay, because you can see the road kind of through it.
Yeah, you can see
Plowed
and
doesn't
you
mean
see
really
the little
clear.
mound next to the road. That's
Yeah.
from it being plowed.
Okay.
When you stop this, stop it like right when the car's like in view, like where you're back far
When he
enough you can
turns
see a
onto
bunch
the
of
road, or right when they come into view?
right when they come into view.
Okay.
Good night, Grandma.
And then so lights and sirens to cross that street. And then he does turn the lights back on in front of the house. And I do remember Lolly saying there was no lights or sirens. Well, there was lights.
There were sirens too. I heard them today or yesterday.
Yeah.
Today.
See, that's a plowed road.
So this is the
Absolutely a
direction
plowed road.
he's coming in, the direction that they would have driven also, which is if you were looking at the house, they come from the left side of the house. So John and the house were on their left side.
Because if it wasn't plowed, Nunya, what you would see is 4 tracks in the road from people driving. Because typically, if the roads aren't plowed, they'll drive in the same spots because that'll be the area that's packed down. This is more uniform, so it's way more than just the road being packed down from drivers. It is plowed. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. You can see it
No,
along
I can see
the
it. I can
sides and
see it
everything.
now.
Yeah.
Here's my question. So his windshield wipers are on, right? It
Mhm.
looks like rain to me. Does
Yeah.
a dusting of snow look like that?
So
Wait,
there's
where do you
different
live?
types. She lives in she lives on the West
I live
Coast.
in
We'll say
yeah,
that.
I
I
live in
was gonna
California. I
say,
can
I'm
say
like,
that.
what?
I live in California.
where it
Definitely
doesn't
not in the
snow.
snow.
There's
That's
different
great.
types of snow. There's wet snow. There's dry. So here he's turned on the road. You can really see it's plowed.
Okay.
And they're going to talk about that for a second because I think this is when he turns his spotlight on as well, or
His
he's getting
timestamp will
close
be
to it.
6:09:57 where I want you to stop.
Okay. There's wet snow. There's dry snow. This is obviously wet snow, and that's why it looks more like a rain on his. There's icy snow. I think this is just wet snow, and because it's below freezing. See, you can tell that's plowed.
It doesn't even look like his windshield
Return
wipers
on
are
the
doing anything. They
road.
need to get that man some wipers immediately.
See, this is where
Right.
this is where the plow truck, watch as we come up to the intersection where the plow truck maybe plowed one direction and then it plowed another, and that's what's leaving those lines there is from the plow truck.
Okay.
Where did you want me to stop? What timestamp?
6:09:57.
57. There he turns
So
on
turned
his
the spotlight on.
spotlight.
I mean, it's fairly, honestly, it's fairly bright. It's brighter than I thought. By that I mean it's
Now
not as
you can
dark.
you can really see the snow coming down here though.
Yeah.
A lot better than you could anywhere else.
Oh, and also, Nunya, like when it snows, it's so annoying. I can't stand it. But if the wind's blowing too, it might not even be like snowing hard, like new snow, but because it's blowing all the other snow
Oh,
around.
hey, sorry, Jenny. I didn't even hear it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Sleuthy.
That doesn't, why does that? Maybe click on it one more time and see if it clears up a little bit.
Okay.
Because mine looks different. I did send you the screenshot.
But you can see in like his whatever that the bright light is.
Here?
I don't know what the name of it is. Sorry, right this second. But you can kind of see the snow kind of dusting across the light that's shining.
Yes.
I want to know why our two screenshots look so different.
Let me see. Let me look at your screenshot. Yeah, I'm on Law and Crime.
Once
Hang on.
you
Oh,
once
I'm
you
not
see
close
it,
enough yet. Give me one
okay.
second.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
he's
timestamp's the same.
well, it's
Right there, basically.
there. Pretty
Do you
much.
see those? Like, are those not normal size tire marks? Multiple?
Right here?
Yeah,
Yeah, I see a couple. See them?
yeah.
Huh. I didn't notice that when I was watching it the first time.
Where?
I mean, if it's
Right,
Can
gonna
you
get
go
right
back? Can you
behind her
rewind it and play
vehicle.
it so I can see?
Yeah,
I
hang on.
think that's his windshield.
Oh, let's
that yeah, on the right side it is, but down like
hang on. Let me make this
There's
full
another one.
screen.
Okay. Okay.
So she's talking about the tracks on the road, like right above where it says Mike brakes light sirens. You see that?
yeah. I'm looking
Okay.
on my iPad, so it's bigger, but it actually looks like there's one like there's a set further off to the left. See how it like diagonals to the left?
Yeah, like right here.
Yep. And then there's ones that go straight down towards where it says brakes, lights, sirens. Yeah. See, there's
Yeah,
there's multiple. It looks like.
Well, wouldn't
there
that just mean
probably
that cars had passed through there?
Yeah, and John's dead body was right there.
Well, I mean, I don't know that if I drive down a street and it's dark and I'm trying to pay attention to the road, I don't know that I'd be looking in somebody's yard, to be honest.
Do we see his body
Not
We
ourselves?
it's there, but it's so blurry because of thank goodness, because of
his
the
horrible windshield
the
wipers.
Yeah.
horrible wind. You don't like see it,
But if
but he's over. This is a woman standing right here. I think there's another one standing right here. So he's like right here on the ground, but you don't see anything. That's why I'm showing it. You don't see like
This is also poor quality. Like I
Mhm.
was looking at the pictures when they were posting the pictures of the house and stuff, and I'm like, why do those look like that? They're so dark. They look like they were taken with a Polaroid camera
Oh,
back in
Yeah.
iPhone 8 for
1972.
sure. They were
Oh
terrible.
yeah.
My question is, it says at the bottom, Mike brakes, lights, and siren. So are those all the things that are on the car at that point in time for the camera?
Yeah, you can hear the lights and the sirens for a split second. He turns the siren on for like a second, but then he leaves the lights on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his like his dashboard or whatever. So it is telling him what he has on.
Mhm.
So it's conceivable that people could drive right past there and not see him at this point, right?
Well, not if they could drive there and see him.
But they were looking for
They
him.
were looking,
They
though.
were looking
True.
for a person.
But I mean, like if people had traveled this road, like we're talking about the tire tracks, if they had traveled the road, it's conceivable that they would not have seen him over there, right?
So
Well, I
then
I
think
think
what
somebody
so
could say this.
Sleuthie's
because, oh, sorry.
No, I wonder if Dietz knows what what were
I
you
think
about to
what she's getting at is the fact that so we have um the 3 women who showed up in one vehicle, yet there are multiple tracks on the ground prior to the first
Yeah.
officer arriving. Where did those come from? How did they come from? We can see the amount of snow
I
that's
gotcha. Because they're
falling.
going to cross
Those
the road
right,
Well,
and the
and we
road
have
is
a
instead
full
of
schedule
plowed.
driving.
play.
Like, how long were those like, when did they occur? I wish there'd be some ring camera footage of this. That's kind of what I'm taking away from what you're pointing out, Sleuthie. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
Yeah, because
and
that's more
like
than one vehicle.
it is for sure. And
Yeah.
like for instance, like you can't really see the curb But in theory, that Ford Edge, which we will hear more about, would have been parked right there and pulled it like those, the tracks on the left that go off by itself, Deets.
Yeah, I was
The
trying to see
one
if
that
we
we
got
can
any
see.
better when we got closer, but you can't. Yeah, this one right here.
Like, I wonder where that is in relation to the curb, because
Mhm.
that could have been that car pulling away. You know what I mean?
So for
So
those that aren't snow inclined, this is the curb right here because of the slight mound of snow from the plowing.
So how
So what
far?
I'm looking at is depending on how far her car is from the curb, her car
Mhm.
appears, she has the hatch open, her lights are on, it appears to still be on, right? Which
Mhm.
means her front lights would be on. I
Yeah.
cannot see, I can see two little dots to the right-hand side of her car, but I couldn't see what's on their lawn. And if I'm driving, I'm not looking at what's on the lawn, right? I'm looking at the roads, is what I would imagine. Also,
Right.
somebody in the chat did say, like, if you're in the passenger seat, you're going to automatically
Mhm.
see, because you're looking out the windows, you would see that.
For sure.
Mhm.
Oh, there you
You'd
go.
be
And
looking to
also,
the side, so I don't. Also, we have to remember where the dash cam is placed. It's placed low on the windshield, so the visibility at the bottom portion of the windshield is going to be less than what you're looking at eye level, especially since these wipers are so crappy. So, if others who had better wipers on or something, they might have a lot better visibility.
We'd have to look at Mulaney's, look at the road in Mulaney's and see if it's any better than this
Mhm.
windshield.
Yeah, I can do that
they're like,
too. I
don't
just
buy
think this is
anybody's
good to
wipers.
note because it's the first
Yeah,
officer
I'm curious.
arriving, and I
Yeah.
did not even notice those tracks before
I don't
sleeping.
see the tracks. I'm just going to be
You
honest.
don't? I'll send you the
I
screenshot. You'll see it in
see,
the
yeah,
screenshot.
maybe in a screenshot I would, but I see some, what looks like on the window, maybe some ice is kind of like making this, I don't know, almost like a Freddy Krueger kind of hand on the right-hand side
No,
of
you can
It's
see
right
it
Yes,
in
below
here.
it.
that is the windshield.
Right
Yeah.
below it.
but
Right
that's
below
what I
it.
see.
Okay, so watch this. I'm gonna slow it down for you. So as it pulls forward, it doesn't move. So like I think some of this might actually be snow, but that track over here is not. Like, hang on, watch as it pulls forward. Watch right above where it says Mike brakes lights,
Okay.
and just to the left of it there. See?
And then he
No.
pulls into it. Like he pulls
He pulls right
into
into
where
it.
those tracks were.
So is it possible that they were driving closer to the left-hand side of the road and then pulled to the right?
Maybe.
Absolutely one set is theirs. I agree, but
You see
it
more
looks
than
like
one
there's
set?
more than just one set of tracks there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I'll wait for the
finally could
screenshot.
see it, Nunya, it was like, oh, that's more than one car. Because like
Yeah.
it would look like two sets of tracks for the front and the back
Mm-hmm.
normally, but that's like 6 or 7
Uh-huh.
6 or 8
Something.
tracks there.
It's a lot.
Right. Yeah. It's hard to catch it because it's a split second, but yeah, there are definitely more than one set of tracks there. I
I
don't know
mean,
what
while
that
it's
means, if
possible,
anything.
yeah, I think it's possible that, maybe people, a lot of people left and went home that night. So it could be their
Well,
tire tracks
Well, there
potentially, right?
wouldn't be that
it wasn't
much.
snowing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't snowing this hard, and it wouldn't still be there likely, especially if
Yeah.
they've already scraped the road. But it's possible also that Jen McCabe had driven that already once.
It would have been after Lucky
I'm just kidding.
plowed. What time did Lucky plow? 2:30 or 3?
2:30,
2 to 3 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would have been after the plow, but before they got there.
Yeah.
And we know that, and he is on the witness list. So
Yeah, let me see. Somebody made a timeline. Let me look.
A couple somebody's made
A
timelines.
couple of people did now, yeah.
I don't have access
it's
to
so
yours.
annoying.
States.
Oh, it's on my last live.
What?
But
It's like you go through all this
Sloopy's is
trouble
really
to,
easy to look at.
Oh,
Mine's
you're
like good for reading. Hers is like good for quick looking and glancing. I
yes,
love that.
yes. Okay, I got you. When you say timeline, like I always do my timelines in Excel too. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, I haven't seen an Excel sheet from you. But yes, that
Oh
was a
well,
no.
like you
beautiful
go and do
timeline.
that, and then you get something like this, you find out all the fucking times are wrong.
I know.
Mhm.
What the fuck?
Well,
Like,
and also, Criminality made a Prezi. I'm like, I gotta learn freaking Prezi because I like it better than Excel. No offense, girls. I know you two love your
it,
Excels, but I
It's
but
like
just
does
that
it
easy.
work
Prezi.
on your, does it work on your phone though? Like every time I try to watch it, every time I
No.
pull it up on my cell phone, it like freezes up.
Yeah, it doesn't work on your phone very well.
Oh, then it's not me. It's not just me.
I'm trying to catch it
Uh,
pulling up, and I'm not doing a good job. Yeah, his windshield sucks too, Nunya.
yeah, it's between
Damn.
2:30 and 3.
Okay.
It
Oh
says
wait, this
that
is
he.
Sarah. Go ahead, Jenny. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just saying. I was just reiterating what she said. It's 2:30 to 3. That Lucky
What do you
Cloud.
think the hatch is open for if they're not pulling out blankets and shit?
To
Were they
stand
not?
under, maybe? I don't know.
Are you, I mean, I truly don't know, but like, would you be thinking about that?
I don't know. I really don't know
Maybe
why
it
the
was
I
a
don't know
hatches
first
either.
aid
open.
I
kit.
don't think I would, but
Maybe you're looking for like a first aid
Uh,
kit or
I
something.
thought
You
that they
can't.
put a
You
blanket
can't really
on him.
see it. No, they didn't. That was the
this is
thing. She comes
terrible.
screaming up asking for a blanket, and Carrie or Jen says, "We don't have any blankets. We don't have any blankets." And so then when this is when Jen McCabe goes into the house, that's all we've seen of good stash cam so far. But you can't really see. It's still pretty blurry over here to see
At
how
least,
many tracks there are.
yeah, dang.
Okay.
That was at
But
6:34 that we see her walking towards the house, right?
yep,
Yep.
right there.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for something.
Okay. I missed this morning. I mean, I missed today.
Did
I
you?
haven't seen it yet. Yeah. So I
What?
hesitated to come up. I
I've been
know.
glued.
Well, I had to like I got super busy with work stuff, and then I got pulled into a different case timeline immediately when I got off work with new
Did you?
information and stuff. Yeah, I was just killing that today, and I
You
looked up
can
and I
do
was
it
like, "Oh my
fast. It was
god!"
only till 1.
What timeline were you
Yeah,
working on?
summer. It's one of the summer timelines. I'll
Yeah.
share it with you later. I mean, I'll put it out. It's just trying to get it
Yeah.
all figured out right now.
Get it lined out. I thought maybe you had like a new case you were digging into, and I'm like, I must know this new case.
Yeah, I would have already messaged you and been like, "Guess what? Here's a thing
I
with
want to see
documents."
again. He's gonna show us where they're going.
So she was
So this
calling her
shows. So you
husband.
don't know this, Jenny, that Jim McCabe is seen going possibly into the house.
No, I didn't. I just heard you
I
say
mean,
that, and
it's
I was like, "Wait."
clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I
It's not
looked, and
hard to
like
see at all.
She's
6:35 is when she calls Matt.
Yep.
Huh?
That's what I went and checked too. Was like, who was she calling anyone around that time?
Yeah, what
Matt.
So
the?
I'm looking at Nicole's interview. This particular one doesn't have a time, but she says that she was still in bed when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with Nicole what had transpired outside and that John was deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow.
What time was that?
It doesn't say. It just says
Hmm.
during the morning hours, Nicole stated she was still in bed when her sister Jen came into the room and shared with Nicole what had transpired outside and that John was found deceased on the edge of her property by the street in the snow.
So maybe that's when she goes inside and tells them.
Yeah.
See, you can
6:35 it says,
barely
6:34.
see her up there. Like I can't zoom in or I'd do that for you. Actually, I
He
think if
does
I
a good
stop
job of saying, like,
sharing.
I'm going to pause it and then I want you to watch the white snow on that car. And then you
Yeah,
do.
it
And then you
doesn't
absolutely see her body like walk past
Yeah.
where you
Mhm.
might not have noticed before.
So you don't see her come out.
Well, he doesn't even get to the point where we see her go in. We just see this, her black figure, the out. You can tell it's a person, and we watched her walk. He walks you through her walking here, walking in front of Carrie's SUV, walking up the driveway, and then it's right there. And then he kind of just stops it after this.
You know how bad I wish that they had driven Karen's car.
I know. Because then you'd see the taillight right there if it was.
For
Yep.
sure.
See,
Yeah.
see how she's moving? She's going towards the front door. Let me slow it down a little bit.
Where is she right now?
She's
By the
right
She's right
ATV?
there.
to the right
Yep.
of the. No, she's up here by the house
Oh,
to
I
the
see
right
her.
of the flagpole. You see her?
Yep.
She walks
And
up the
watch
driveway.
that
Yeah.
black figure. I think he stops it there, and I don't think we don't see what
See her
happens
actually go inside.
next.
I think
Yeah.
they're waiting to see Officer Goods,
Uh-huh.
like to play,
Mhm.
actually play Officer Goods' dash cam. So that was another thing that you had brought up today, Deez, is it was weird for them to not, like, they, at first they seemed to be going in the first responders kind of timeline, but then they skip from Mulaney over to the paramedics. So they skip over Good, which is interesting because
Yeah.
I think that there's some
Mhm.
stuff on that dash cam that the defense is going to bring up.
I also wondered if it was because like they're really just trying to get rid of, because that was the first, because
Is that good?
I was like, why would they if they're going in like the
That's
chronological
correct.
order, why wouldn't they bring him in also? Unless they
Yeah.
just aren't going to, but I doubt that. But I wonder
They
if it's
did.
because he knows them, like because he knows he went to school with Jennifer McGee. Like maybe they really are just trying to stay away from everybody that those people know
That has a
first.
connection, maybe.
Yeah.
But Good is on the
But crime
Commonwealth
scene is
witness
crime
list,
scene.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good and Gallagher. I'm really shocked that they skipped over Good and Gallagher and
Well,
went
where's Lank?
straight to the firefighters. And then Link, of
But
course,
that,
too. So that's very confusing.
but that says a lot because it doesn't matter if they're from Canton or if they know them or whatever. The footage is important,
Yeah.
right? Because it was the
Um,
footage of the scene. So why would they skip that?
I don't know. That's a very good question. Good
I
question.
don't know.
So I almost said Jay Adams, but Jay Dam says, how would she know that he's dead? I think my opinion was that she was asking if he was dead, but my guess
I
is
think she means
because
Jen.
Yeah.
Officer
Jen
They mean
who?
McCabe.
Jen
Oh, how would Jen know? I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sloopy was
to tell
reading the
Nicole.
statement that Nicole Albert had said that she came inside and woke her up to tell her that he was
well,
dead
it
out
would be
front.
the same as my thought for Karen, wondering if he was dead because Seraph takes his pulse and doesn't find one. So with him not
True.
finding a pulse and they're working on him, I'm guessing that's what they're assuming at that point. So it would work for both of them.
And with him too, and both of them, I believe, said so. But he made it a point when he was asked about seeing Jennifer and Karen in the same car at any point, and that
Say
he
that
had
one more
not.
time.
That he said, "Did you ever?" But on his cross, I believe it was his cross. Was it him or the other guy? Now I gotta look. But they were asked, "Did you at any point in time did you ever see Jennifer McCabe and Karen Reed in the same vehicle together?"
That was Mulaney.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked that on Mulaney.
That's something I thought was interesting too.
Me too.
Is like, well, how come he didn't see them? But like they say, but McCabe, Jen McCabe said it happened, but like, how come nobody's seen that happen?
How come it's not on the dash cam? So like she has two
Right.
stories, right? The one story is that she screamed it and then Jennifer did it. Well, we heard the call of her like calling 911. We don't hear Jennifer scream, or we don't hear Karen scream that.
Mm-hmm.
Then he pulls up. We don't hear her screaming that. I want to say that they asked if anybody, now it's getting late. It's like 1:00 right now. But I want to say that they said, should she yell to Google something? And they said no.
Yeah.
But then the other story was that when they were sitting in the back of the patrol car, she prayed, I guess, the Our Father with Karen. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Karen asked her to Google. So that's not true. And actually, Seraph said that he has footage in the back seat of his patrol car. So it couldn't have been him. Yeah.
But the other thing to me that I like, even when they put her, like you see them kind of walk her to the car, and then you see her literally seconds later, she gets out of the car. And then she walks to the right, and then she walks to the left. Like, I can't foresee her just sitting in the back of the car at that point. She couldn't even
Right.
stand still at that point.
I feel like they
She
got
was
her out
all
of there really
over the
fast.
place. Well, here
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
that she's still there at 6:30. 6:34. She's still in that shot.
I wonder why they made her
We see
come
you,
back.
Jennifer. Someone in the chat asked if we could see them on that account, and I said, "Yeah, we see you."
Why they made Karen come back to 34 Fairview?
I want to know that too, and I wondered if that's why they skipped over those other officers and went straight to the firefighter, because that's going to be in there. Because wasn't it Good that put the Section 12 on her? I'm pretty sure it was. Because that came out in Motions in Limine, where Good is the one who talks about the Section 12 at like 6:30. And apparently it comes from a family member calling into dispatch. Well, there's the dispatch logs from Dighton where her dad is, and he doesn't call Dighton dispatch to be connected to Canton until 6:40. So very interesting that he's mentioning it 10 minutes before the dad makes the call to even be switched to dispatch. So why? Maybe because she was hysterical. That is something we have heard from everyone, how hysterical Karen was. So maybe they just thought we need to put a hold on her because of how hysterical she is. And then later it changed to because she was making suicidal threats.
I don't know.
Didn't they say someone called the police and said she was? Yes, that was her dad.
I thought it was Carrie. I thought
Oh.
Carrie is the one that said that she was making suicidal comments on the phone to her dad.
They might have, but they said that it was because it goes through in the Motions in Limine. They go through this, and they pointed out in a great little timeline of how it was the defense who laid it out, how they wanted Carrie to take her home. And in that time, apparently they were claiming that she was making suicidal threats to her father on the phone.
Right.
And then later in their report, they put that a family member calls in and tells these claims, and that's why they Section 12'd her. Well, you hear Good on the dash cam video saying he's going to section her at 6:30, and the call to Dighton to be transferred to Canton dispatch doesn't come in from her father until 6:40. So what other family member would it be? And if his call didn't come in for another 10 minutes, that's, I don't know, the times just aren't adding up. So that's one thing I had in my pre-trial notes of like, I want to suss out. It might not even be a big deal, but it was definitely something that was of interest to me. Oh, I would have been extremely hysterical too if that was my boyfriend I found.
Oh, and they said Saraf, he said that he was 20 feet from the road, right? 20 feet from the curb.
He did. Saraf said 20.
And then Mulaney said 10.
Mulaney said 10. And the firefighter, which I didn't catch his name, said.
Was it Saraf or Mulaney who says that he was in 6 inches? No, one of them says 6 inches of snow.
Saraf. Saraf says he's in 6 inches of snow with a light dusting on top of him.
You
and
could
then
tell me that
Mulaney said he
Under
was on top of snow, right?
On top of 6 inches of snow.
Yeah, I mean, even if it only snowed 6 inches, like for say from midnight till then, like it still wouldn't cover him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and
because he was warm at first.
Let me go through my second witness notes, and then we will get into what the firefighter said, because
is this Mulaney?
Mulaney is the second officer, and the Commonwealth talked to him. They went over how heavy the snow was, the road visibility was difficult. They went through all of his references, all that. He used the lights. He doesn't recall if he used sirens. He stated that Officer O'Keefe was 10 feet from the curb. This was interesting for Mulaney. He doesn't remember any injuries on O'Keefe. He states that he doesn't recall injuries on Officer O'Keefe. He doesn't recall the ground under Officer O'Keefe. And you'll remember that Saraf said that you could see the grass under him. He said it was about 25 degrees and windy, so they went over that again. So basically all the same stuff. And then in Cross, they go into this part. Go ahead.
On his direct, he said, so just to show where he showed up at was when they were putting him like on the stretcher.
Correct. Yes. Mulaney shows up when they're putting Officer O'Keefe on the stretcher. I didn't get the time that he showed up either. I need to go back and see if that was mentioned. Because it was mentioned. Because was it like 6:18 or something?
Yeah, like
It was a bit away from when he was dispatched. On Cross, Mulaney, they're going to this conversation about how far Mulaney came from Karen Reed, and because he didn't see any blood on her face or in her hair. And so Mulaney, they determined that he was about 10 feet from Karen, and he still didn't see that. He said that Karen appeared to be in shock. He said that he was closer to Jim McKay because he spoke to her. He said that Karen kept repeating, "Is she dead? He's my boyfriend," over and over very loudly. He never heard her say, "I did it, it's my fault." And he said that there was no crime scene tape put up. He watched the other officers search the crime scene. He said that he did not search. He said Lieutenant Gallagher was the one using the leaf blower. He stated that just standing around, he said he stood about 10 feet from the curb the whole time. He saw no pieces of taillight. He never saw Karen or Jim McCabe in a vehicle together, and he never heard Karen ask Jim McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. And I took a note that they did not appear to be treating it like a crime scene. So I thought that was all pretty interesting from Mulaney.
One of the things too, I don't know if you said it, sorry, I walked away, but was him saying that with her being 10 feet away from him, he couldn't see if there was blood on her face.
Right.
And I'm like, that would be like, I feel like that'd be something that would stand out to me.
Mm-hmm. And Sarah said he saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said snowblower. I meant leaf blower. He was on the scene from 90 minutes to 2 hours.
And he said that the sun came up while he was still on scene.
Correct. And he
So his
does not
observations were in the
recall
sun
seeing
also.
taillight. Yeah. And he said that it kind of like stopped snowing for a little bit. The visibility got a little better. He kind of confirmed that what Seraph intentionally confirmed was that she was saying, "Is he dead? He's my boyfriend." And remember, that's what we heard from Seraph in the reports and the dispatch log to Trooper until the grand jury, and then until court when he changes it to something else. Yeah, I just find it really interesting that he doesn't remember, never heard Karen say, ask Jim McKay to Google how long to die in cold, and he never saw them in a vehicle together. That doesn't mean they didn't. He just didn't observe that.
Did you get the impression he wasn't very observant? Like,
that's possible.
You know, like I almost feel like he just like wasn't paying any attention.
Another thing with him,
he may just be too new at it too, because he had only been out about 6 months.
Yes, he was very new. That is
he was a junior,
stated,
so.
which they emphasize that. And I think the reason that they emphasize that was that he's young, he's new on the job, and he is not willing to risk his job for anything. And that's why he has remained adamant that she said this. She said,
Yeah.
that he never heard her say, "I did it, it's my fault." And that she just said, "Is he dead? And he's my boyfriend." Like, he's sticking with that. And he's like, "Did you see any taillight?" He's like, "Nope." And like, I feel like he's just kind of sticking to what he's saying because he is young on the job and he doesn't want to lose it.
And I think he's one of few people who's whose statement never changed.
Right. I think that's
His
very
just stayed
important
the
to
same
know.
the whole way. And the other thing too, if you think about it, is the benefit of him being a junior in that position. Although he may not have the experience to see things that others may see, he also doesn't have the bias that other people would have just automatically. Like you could, your memory can mix two crime scenes with each other, like
Yeah.
that's highly possible. So he kind of has more of like a fresh slate of a
Well,
memory.
maybe that's why he's sticking with the statement he wrote down, like,
As he should.
and he's going
And
with that.
also, I don't know if you said it, but did you say that he didn't remember who was doing CPR? So he made a comment about, he was asked about if he saw
Yes,
anybody
he
doing
didn't
CPR.
recall
Well,
seeing anyone doing CPR.
but he showed up when he was getting put on the stretcher.
Correct.
So,
no, this is not the guy that changed his testimony about the coat. That is
No,
the
that
next
was
witness.
that was the guy before him.
One last thing to note about Mulaney before we move on to the first responder is we heard from Seraph that there was ground, that you could see the grass underneath O'Keefe. And from Mulaney, he said that he was on top of the snow, that you could not see the ground underneath of him, which is interesting. I don't know whose favor that would be in.
Well, I think so.
We'll get
My
into it a
thing
little more, I think, with the
is
next
I
one.
think that'd be a little bit more if his testimony is the one that the jury tends to believe as far as how the body was found, as far as snow on the ground or not, comes into play. It does play a different. I feel like it plays into the defense's theory because his body would have been put there after snow had fallen versus being there and the snow falls on top of him.
These pictures are just so horrible.
Oh my
They
God,
are
they're the worst.
horrible. It's like you said, iPhone 8 took these pictures.
Well,
So
I
then
think
we
I
move
changed my
on.
mind. I think it's like an old school Nokia.
It's like the blue brick phone that you played Snake on.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the real Sleuthy up here, not the scary imposter. Hey, Wolfie, how you doing, love? I put in my notes that I really like the first responder. He seems young, charismatic, very engaging. Besides Lolly like pressing him for all the boring information in the beginning, I really enjoyed his testimony for the most part.
Lolly's questioning gets on my nerves. How
I
many
think
more
it's on a
times
lot
does
of
he need to?
people.
He might as well bring up a meteorologist to tell us exactly what the weather was like, what the wind chill was, what it felt like outside on that day for everyone in the whole city.
but it's 2024. Like he could do that. He can get the weather.
He can.
I
That's the
know.
point. Like he absolutely can, and they're
So why not
acting
just
like this
do
is
that?
the
Why
picture
would he get
looks
the
like it's
weather when
from the
he can
90s.
spend all this time asking them questions about what they felt like the weather was 2 years ago?
This picture is total fucking garbage. You can't even see all the windows.
When they showed Officer Seraph the road and he's like, "Do you know what this is?" He's like, "It's a road." Like you can't there's no distinguishing features it like he's just like, "It's a road." He was a
couldn't see what
liar,
you're looking at.
but I liked him.
So, Deets, can you show me, since you have this photo up, where was the shoe found? We had talked about it earlier, but I forgot to tell you to show me.
Up here.
Okay.
Did they say that? I didn't hear anybody say they found the shoe yet.
That's kind of what they had. Yannetti mentions it in opening.
Oh, but nobody officers said they saw it yet.
We haven't discussed it yet. I don't believe in trial.
No, I didn't think so.
Yeah, it's just the opening statement. So for the young firefighter on direct, I noted that he seemed like a great young man, very charismatic, which I think was kind of like a reason to put him on. And we'll get a little more into that with the cross, but he tells us that Officer O'Keefe was in layered clothing and in fact had a coat on. He can't speak to where the clothing is, I noted that Lolly was jumping around in the timeline. The way that Lolly jumped around in the timeline with this witness drove me insane, and I could tell it was driving him insane because he wanted to stay in order. And so it was kind of throwing him off with some of his answers. He said that there was a hematoma on the right side of the face, just above his eye on his forehead, that he noted scratches on the right arm, that he had blood, mucus, and bile in the back of his airway, and enough of it that they had to suction him before intubating. He said that there was no injury on the left arm, a little blood on his nose, and he said that he had asked Karen what happened. He spoke to her directly and asked her what happened, and she said, I hit him, and apparently, this is according to his testimony, that she said it over and over at varying volumes and was very erratic. Karen had
No, she
blood on
didn't.
her.
He didn't ask her. No. He didn't ask her what happened. He asked her something else where her answer totally didn't make sense. It was like,
Oh,
what's
do you
his
know
name?
him?
And
Do
she
you
was like,
know
I hit
him?
him, or
Yes.
something like that.
Do you know him is what he asked her.
There you go.
And she said, I hit him. You're right. It didn't make any sense. Then
Her answer didn't make sense to that.
Karen had blood on her face, presumably from administering CPR, but he never saw her administering CPR. He asked firefighter McLaughlin to ask the women questions, and so he wasn't as engaged with the women after that, he said. And then he was asked about the snow, and they show this picture. Let me find it real quick. And he was asked if this was where Officer O'Keefe was found. Let me see. And they have him highlighted. Okay, it should be right here. So apparently this is where Officer O'Keefe was found. As you can see, there is no grass underneath that.
Yeah, that's not, I mean.
That is not.
No, there would
Yeah, he
absolutely
points
be grass.
right there with his little highlighter
Laser
that is
pointer.
where he was found.
Yeah. I don't even really see the outline of like his. Of course, I'm blind. Don't.
Like you can
Yeah,
see
don't
like
go
a
off of
little bit
me.
of blood or something
Foot
there, but
or
that's about
yeah.
it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
No
Did
questions.
did the EMT did the EMT actually look at John? Was he working on him? Or was
Yes.
he
He
just
was
kind of
working.
there?
Oh yeah,
He
he was
was
working on
he
him.
was at the
Okay.
head of John. He was at John's head.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. He said he had scratches on his arm, not abrasions.
He called them
He
scratches,
did.
and he
He
actually
called them
made the
scratches.
movement. Like he actually
Yep.
like used his
Like claws.
fingernails to like show what he was.
Good night,
Yeah, like
Robin.
some okay, because I think that's interesting. So if he says they were scratches and he was there on the
Well,
scene,
they tried to get him to talk about that, and
He does impeach him, Rubicon.
Lally objected multiple times, and Bev sustained it. She would not let him talk about what he observed in terms of
Yep.
those injuries.
Yep.
As an EMT, a trained EMT.
As a
wait,
trained EMT, he couldn't talk about his observations. Yep.
that's bullshit.
Yeah, it was maddening, really.
But so here's my thought. My thing is how could they have seen scratches? How could he have seen scratches if he had a coat on?
Well, they go into the detail in Cross. So in Cross, I can't remember who crossed him.
Which made the whole coat
Jackson?
thing way worse. Like after
Yes.
they went through all that, dude, it made it so much worse.
Yeah. They talked about his layers again and got him to go over that. And he said that they removed the heavy winter coat, and that is when he noticed, because I don't remember the question that was asked about it, but that's when he noted his hands were rigid and they follow the circulation, airway, breathing, and he noticed the scratches and that his hands were rigid from the cold when the heavy coat was removed. And that is where Jackson starts to press him on the removal of the clothing.
He said that like the big puffy jackets, when they cut them, it makes a big mess, like especially if you have like blood and stuff. So he's like, we have to like physically remove it. And that's how we noticed that his hands were so stiff, because we had to get it like out of the sleeves. So it was like this big explanation for taking off a coat that don't exist.
That doesn't, right. And
Well,
so,
that you don't know exist at this point in time.
right.
I mean,
Well,
it's possible either way, right? It's very
Well,
possible that the
for a
drug.
minute, I thought maybe that it was that Lally didn't turn over the coat. Like, I'm thinking either he's lying or Lally didn't turn something over, because the defense is there's no way. Like, Lally has never mentioned a coat. None of the filings mention a heavy winter jacket. Nothing. So,
Or somebody got the coat and moved it
well, but it was
in
on
between the
him.
chaos.
We've gotten descriptions of what he was wearing
yeah,
multiple times. We've seen him in the bar.
Yeah.
We know he didn't have a
I
coat
see
on,
him
right?
coming out of the bar. There's
Yeah.
no other mention of a heavy coat. And in fact, the coat isn't even brought into the scenario until this witness speaks at the grand jury.
Yes. And he actually
So
does say that he
Mhm.
probably was not remembered. And I
Mhm.
agree with Will, and I also don't agree with, like, I agree with him that there were lies, but I don't,
Yeah.
this is what I was saying before. Like, I don't think that this was like a malicious lie. I think
No.
it was, he was so busy doing his job that he didn't really pay attention. I think that over time, everyone was talking about what they saw. Like Katie McLaughlin, she probably was telling him what she saw and
Mhm.
heard. And I think he like adapted that to
Well,
be
they even
helpful.
talk about that a little bit. They lead him into that very line of questioning. He
Mhm.
asks, Jackson asked them, do you guys talk about this around the firehouse? And he's
Mhm.
like, yeah, almost like frequently. We talk about
Yeah.
it frequently. And he said, but I don't engage in those conversations very often. And he said, he pressed him again on it. And he said, yeah, we've had, a lot of conversations
Duh.
about it. So I do think that he's probably going through a process in his head of
Yeah.
what happens if you were to find a person in this situation. And as he's working through that, maybe misremembering things. I don't know. It's this heavy coat is very peculiar.
Because
So
he said,
he's this guy says that Karen says she hit him.
yes.
Is that
He's
right?
very adamant about it.
And
Correct.
he's been impeached and also said he had a heavy coat on.
Yes. Well, he was, yeah, he
Yep.
was impeached because of that jacket, man. Like,
Okay.
Yep.
it basically got down to, and he admitted it too. And I thought he handled it very well.
He did.
Good.
But they said to him, Jackson is the one who did his cross, and he said, is it possible that, because he was adamant about that jacket, I'm telling you, he was like,
He was.
I specifically remember because he was dressed for the weather and we had to take his hands out of this coat. And then when he realized that he was misremembering, Jackson kind of gave him an out, like, you were so focused on patient care that you were maybe misremembering. So then he used that as he continued his cross. So if he
Mhm.
was asked a question about if he remembered something or if he maybe remembered it differently, he'd say, it's possible that I do remember it differently because I was focused on patient care. And
Oh,
at the
gotcha.
end, like the final thing he says is, are you as sure about what my client said? I'm just paraphrasing, but he's like, are you sure? Are you as sure about what my client said as you were about that winter coat?
Mm.
Oh, nice. What'd he
And that was
say?
after he
KK,
showed him his clothes.
I don't think any of us feel like there's any gotcha moments here.
No,
Just
that
kind of
was very
going through what
nice, though.
happened
Oh, it was
and the
very nice.
information.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he got off
As
the
far as
stand nice.
defense, very nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So Lally didn't try to fix that in the direct?
On redirect?
No.
Mhm.
No, on direct, he didn't fix it.
On redirect, he
No.
didn't do shit. He didn't say
He didn't
he
No,
didn't do
okay.
anything.
he
When
didn't he didn't bring he barely brought up the coat on direct. And then on redirect, he focused on the hematoma. That's what Lally focused on.
Okay,
Oh,
so
and the
what I'm saying is
scratches.
And the
He,
scratches.
it was
Yes.
he brought that up.
it was brought up in direct. When he was
Mhm.
doing the direct, he didn't fix it there.
No.
Nope.
That is so bad.
Oh yeah.
It was like you don't feel obligated at all to like kind of clear that up a little bit. And with the
So it
scratches,
doesn't
so
look
like
as bad.
Bev would not let him talk about the scratches, right? So then Lally does his redirect and he says, you mentioned the scratches. And like all of a sudden now we could talk about it. And he's like, do you know like what things would cause the head injury? Because he didn't see it. He never saw the injury to the back of John's head.
Yeah, he never brings up the injury on the back of John's head at all.
Yeah, he said he didn't see
and
it.
they tried to press him in that direction to talking about the injury on the back of John's head, but he just can't get him there. So they're not allowed to discuss it because he doesn't bring it up.
See, even though the defense, can prove let's say, they put it out there like, are you as sure as, my client said that as you are the coat was there, kind of a thing. Even though they can put that out there, yes, that puts doubt there, which is what they're trying to do. But to me, he came across very confident in his answers, and he came across very like relatable, very understandable. So I feel like the jury is going to connect with him in his testimony. Now, if they hear other people in that same confident, like sure themselves tone say that same thing, they may believe that she did say it, but him by himself isn't enough. But I think that they've started. If it was me, I would be like, well, man, he was really sure of himself. Like even when they questioned him, he was still pretty sure of himself, and seems like he seems like a pretty good guy. So why don't I believe
They
him? They didn't
pressed
prove.
him multiple times on what he heard, and he stuck with. He was very adamant that he heard her say from her mouth, "I hit him, I hit him," and whether that happened or not, I agree with Nunya. He was so adamant about it. He was very confident in it. Does the coat kerfuffle downplay that in the jury's minds? I guess we're gonna have to wait and see.
Well, yeah, it just depends on the juror, honestly.
It does. And then who they're going to bring up to corroborate it? Katie McLaughlin. And then defense is going to be like, okay, well, she knows somebody
Obviously,
was in the house and da-da-da. So.
Which
okay.
I think is why it was very important for Jackson on cross to bring up that they are talking about this frequently in the firehouse.
Yeah.
So yes, that her saying that is actually captured on body camera. Oh no, it's not.
What?
There's no body cam, right?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
So there's no chance that it was captured on body cam.
There's no body cam. There's just just the dash cams. And then they kind of pressed Mulaney Seraph on what he heard her say in his response. And if you go back and listen to that, pull it up from like Law and Crime or from Court TV, crank your earbuds and see if you can hear what she responds to the officer. I believe I could, but Nunya and Sleuthy think it's just because they were impressed by the defense to hear it.
Yeah, he told me what I was hearing before I even listened to it, and that's why I think that I can hear it.
Well,
yeah,
even
so that's why I
doing
think
that,
you can
I still
hear
couldn't
it because you're putting words into empty spaces that you're hearing her speak in. In my mind, that's what I think. I don't think that that's enough. I think the biggest hit to Seraph was the changing of the testimonies.
Oh yeah.
That was by far, like the other guy, his didn't change. His stayed consistent start to finish, but this, like, Seraph did change. And so to me, like, okay, Seraph's out. Defense got him out. Okay, fine. He's gone. His statements are gone. All right, fine. But the EMT that was there, like, or is he a firefighter? I don't know which one he is. Sorry. But him, like, he was much more credible. So to me, he's kind of, okay, the Commonwealth won that one for me.
Yeah.
And Mulaney, I don't feel like anybody won.
No, I think Mulaney, so far his testimony has been consistent. Both direct and cross were good.
I think he just
stuck
had to
with
be
what
there.
he said. Yeah, I feel like he was just there. He observed this stuff and noted it and hasn't changed anything. If all the officers were like that, it'd be a heck of a lot easier.
The other thing about Seraph that I totally forgot was the addresses.
Oh yes, that was part of the dispatch stuff. Like he'd get multiple Address is wrong in his dispatch log and so much.
Well, like they were like, okay, so you put 32, then you testified to the grand jury that it was 35, then it was something. And he was like, and then he straight up asked him, he was like, have you or anybody that you know of made any effort to basically hide Brian Albert's address as the place that this happened? And he said no, but I mean, at that point he was kind of like, he was looking at a report that was wrong and he's like, do you see anything else that's wrong? And he's like, no. And then he's like, has everybody showing up at the same time? That's not right, is it? So it just seemed he seemed very
he kept pointing out multiple things that were wrong in his dispatch log, even after he said, yep, everything's correct. Like, no, it's not. He was struggling in that witness box, though.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why she tells them they can stand or they can sit, but he was struggling up there. You could tell he was uncomfortable and fidgeting hard. And Freddie, I agree. I am still confused as to why they went for second degree, and it would be a much different case with just like manslaughter leaving the scene. Yeah.
So the tactic that is used often by lawyers is that you're going to hear X and then they play it.
Mm-hmm.
I've rarely seen that work and not bite them back in the ass. So that's kind of weird to me that he did that.
So
do you know what I mean?
I'm looking at Mulaney's report right now, and just one thing that just jumped out at me was, because I remember blurting it out to you, was that he didn't see anybody doing CPR. But in his report, he did say that when he exited his cruiser, he observed a female party attempting CPR on the victim. And, yeah. And then I'm just looking to see what else, but that jumped out right away because it says also that as I approached the victim, I then assisted Canton Fire Department with lifting the victim onto a stretcher. He was then taken to the stretcher in the ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
And then he started assisting with witness information. Here, he doesn't say he only talked to Jennifer McCabe for 2 minutes, but that's what he testified to. But he does say that he talked to Jennifer. He says, see, I'm wondering why they didn't ask about this. Like, it says, McCabe then told me that O'Keefe and his girlfriend, Reed, Karen, were invited to 34 Fairview Road, but never arrived. I asked McCabe if she possibly knew how long the victim had been where he was found, and she told me he was dropped off by Reed sometime between 12 and 1 a.m. Like, that seems really important that they would have asked about that.
Maybe they're going to bring it up as part of their case.
Defense,
Because they
oh,
have
you think they'll call again?
Yeah, maybe because they have him on the witness list again. I don't know if it's just because they're crossing him, or maybe they're going to call him back up and approach their case with them slightly different. Maybe they're just going to hit on a few things throughout the Commonwealth's case, and they plan on approaching it differently when they go in.
Yeah, you might be right.
So
I haven't seen it done that way, but it's a possibility.
Sorry. The last guy that came up, I kind of got lost in him a little bit. I think I was like on 2x by that point because I had to pause and then come back to it. But he's the actual report taker.
He's the
who collected everybody's information and submitted a report, right?
The final guy's the fire. He was a firefighter.
The firefighter, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I couldn't get his role straight from what the EMT guy had said. So,
which would make so if he was taking all the other firefighters' reports, maybe that's where he got the I hit him.
No, that's the EMT.
Well, that was the
final guy was the handsome guy with the dark hair. His last name was.
Yeah, we just got into the opening of him.
I forget what his name was.
Yeah,
he hasn't done
Anthony Flamity.
12:59 and 59 seconds. We got to go.
Yeah, he got cut off, so I didn't take any notes on him yet.
Yeah, I'm guessing they'll probably have to pick back up on him on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So are they off tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Bev doesn't like to work.
Because Bev Vader runs her court the way she wants to run her court.
That's
Like,
it's such a colossal waste of time. This could have been wrapped.
It
This could
is.
be wrapped up way quicker.
yeah, 3 or
Oh,
4
yeah.
weeks, absolutely, if it was a full schedule.
But it's going to be like 2 months
It's
because
outrageous for no reason.
I don't think
nothing ever
anybody in here
goes.
buys a conspiracy with 20 plus people. I know
Yeah,
I
no,
sure as hell
neither.
don't.
Yeah, me neither. And
I
I
guess
still
I
agree.
don't
don't.
see why it would be necessary.
I do
Why?
agree with
Mm-mm.
Kay Canugo. Like, I need to see and hear a lot more. I know Deets, you and I have talked a lot about it, both on live
Yeah.
and in private, that like we have so many questions. And I feel like every day so far, we're only, today was day 2 of the trial, but we've already learned more than we knew on Friday. Like every day, it's like you learn something new, you get to see something new. So I feel like there's just, in my opinion, if and I'm not judging anybody who's already made up their mind one way or the other, but to me, I don't have enough information at this point in time to say one way or the other. Like I still could argue both sides of it.
Okay.
If
Does
all we
anybody on
were
this panel feel like that? I mean, I think we
no,
all feel
yeah,
like we want
I
to see the evidence.
we have to. It's going to come down to evidence. If we were just basing it off of opening statements, then heck yeah, that'd be a different story. But you can't do that. That's just an opening statement. Finding all the information and getting it all compiled is what's going to help the jury decide. So, who are
Yeah.
we to say one way or the other based on just pretrial motions and hearings? That's not everything. And
Yeah.
it's not
I was
laid
just
out in
really
a
annoyed
nice
by
pretty
minute 1 that my
package.
timeline is wrong.
I know, right?
Oh,
All this time and
Like,
it's
why do I
still
care more
wrong.
than you? Why do I care more than you? Like now I
The
gotta go back and
furrows
fix
was
it all.
that whole furrow thing was hilarious though.
Yeah.
That was
He's like, the
funny.
what? The what?
The
I
furrow.
was like,
Furrow.
furrows? Furrows.
It's like, I'm sorry, it's my accent. And Jackson's like, oh no, I'm on your turf. Like, that's my bad. Is there
Yeah.
reasonable doubt? I think that they are laying the foundation for reasonable doubt,
I think
Miller.
they are.
I think it's
I
gonna
would
get
believe
way
that.
worse once like Proctor and shit all starts coming up here. Like these are like the
Innocence, I
safe
don't think
people.
that I don't think they'll be able to prove complete innence, but I do believe they may be able to prove, reasonable doubt at the minimum.
Well,
So we'll see.
well, that means she's innocent, right?
who said Deets? Was it you that
Yeah.
said exactly the time in the opening that Lally said that her car hit him?
Yeah, 12:45.
Okay, well, if there is, this voicemail and you can hear the garage door closing and her phone shows that she's there at 12:41, then like she is innocent because where's this?
That's what he said in opening. I can go back and play it. He says in opening
believe you.
statements that there's data pulled from the Lexus and it opines that at 12:45 a.m. the Lexus was in front of 34 Fairview. It traveled over 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour.
Could he have been rounding?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
He
mean,
can't
even if
lie
he was
either,
rounding, though, if the
but-
voicemail was left at 12:41, and that's when you hear the garage door and the foot, whatever, the steps on the
The high
ground.
heels, yeah.
And, at 12:41, it's like a 7-8 minute drive from their house to John's house. So you're not even in the 40s anymore, if that's the case. So I don't know. I am interested though, because again, where did the 12:41 time come from?
Where did
they
I
state the
found it.
defense states it during did you find where it was?
I did.
I was searching
meant
that
to
the
post
other
this
day.
days ago. I was gonna tell you it's in the Supreme Court document. I took a screenshot and I went to like my DM with you to send it to you, and then I totally forgot. But
I do that.
it is actually written in that document. I can send it to you if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because that was the first time I was like, oh shit. I only ever remembered him saying it out loud, but it is written.
Because I was like, where did we hear that? I know we had heard it. And I was looking through all the documents, but as you know, that is 1,000+ pages.
Well,
so it's very hard to find
Court,
it.
Yeah, the Supreme Court docs get slept on because
Mm-hmm.
it was just kind of like a side thing. But that's
Yeah.
also the first document, and I believe the only one where Lally has ever mentioned, and it was because the
So
defense, even when they reply, they say, this is the first we're ever hearing about this 60 feet, 24 miles per hour in reverse.
Oh,
know.
somebody said, who was that? Ashley F said tomorrow is law day in Massachusetts. So I think
Well,
it's like a state holiday maybe for their judicial system.
Mhm. Well, I don't know about that. I do remember at the beginning, Judge Canoni saying that there was one day that she had another case that she was wrapping up that she would have to be taking off for that. And so I wondered if that's what they were doing tomorrow, but I don't know 100% for certain that that's what it
Honestly,
is. But
let's be real. Could you see yourself keeping up with it if they kept going tomorrow and then Thursday and
well, I'm glad they're taking a day off because, like, I gotta go babysit tomorrow.
I
I can't
would.
focus.
right, right?
The days they've gone fast
They
yesterday.
have
And
Yeah,
for
been
as
they have.
slow as jury selection was, my God.
So here it says, Miss Reed reversing her SUV out of Officer O'Keefe's garage at 5:07 a.m. and striking Officer O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse with her right rear taillight, the impact being of such force that it caused the Chevy Traverse to jostle back and forth. As Miss Reed drives out of frame, a flash of the white taillight bulb is visible through a crack in her SUV's red taillight. ID. Notably, Miss Reed's vehicle never returned to 34 Fairview at any time. Further, as detailed below, a 2-minute portion of critical video surveillance footage obtained by the Massachusetts State Police from the Canton Public Library, which should have captured Miss Reed returning to One Meadows Ave from the Albert residence in the early morning of January 29th, 2022, and the condition of her taillight is inexplicably, missing from the surveillance footage that was produced to the defense by the Commonwealth in discovery. Evidence establishes that Miss Reed arrived home at One Meadows Ave at 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, after dropping off Mr. O'Keefe at the Albert residence. Indeed, the Commonwealth produced a voicemail left by Miss Reed
Yes.
on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, time-stamped 12:41 a.m., in which her car door, the garage door, and house door can be heard closing as she walks back into the home, audibly walking across the garage in high heels. Interesting.
Interesting. So why is Lolly, who provided this information, saying
At
at
12:45,
yeah.
because there's no way she shoots out of the garage and shoots back over there in 4 minutes. That's not even feasible.
That time frame is always weird to me.
It is a weird time frame, Jenny. You're right.
You know, what else is weird? And it hasn't come up yet, but for some reason, we talked about Tom Beatty the other night
Yep.
Yeah.
and his daughter and all of that went on, and it was 12:33, I think, that dude called her, and they
12:33.
assumed to come pick him up. Did you see how many times Jen called him before?
Yep.
Oh, so many times. Tom Beatty was called. Let me just count. Or do you know
I think
already?
he was called
There was at
first,
least
right?
3.
He was
There was at
first.
least 3
It was
before
3,
they
and then she
found
finally talked.
him.
She finally talked to him for like 2 seconds.
2 seconds
And then they
before
found
they
him like
returned
3
to
minutes later.
34 Fairview. Yep.
Why
And
did
he
she
is a
get in
witness
touch
for the
with him?
defense.
Right. And I always wondered why is she calling him? Like, that doesn't make sense
So
to me. They're not that close, right? Or from what we had found, that it
Their
wasn't like
kids
they
were
were.
friends, right? Or his daughter is like, I think her son's ex-girlfriend, maybe, or there is some
Yeah.
connection
There's a
between their
connection with
family.
their kids.
Yeah,
Sure,
through the
but
kids, but I don't know what it is.
while they're out looking for John, why is she calling this guy this time in the morning?
She
And it
calls
was
him.
because she knew.
You think?
I don't know.
Also,
I don't know. That's weird to me. It's
I
really
agree.
freaking weird.
Honestly, for me, it was kind of a red flag, which I'm a little bit more old school, I guess. But it was weird that she had all these friendships with a bunch of men. and that's who she's on
Mhm.
the phone with, and like her husband is the last one she calls.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Like
Well, one, I
it's
find it weird that she even went out without her husband searching, but I'm a little more old school like you are, so I'm
yeah.
with you on that one. Like, what if my girlfriend, or she's not even my girlfriend, but like if my friend who's a guy, his girlfriend calls and says he's missing, I'm waking up Luke and saying, "Hey, we gotta go search for
Drive
John."
us.
You know, like,
Yeah.
come on, like,
And the
especially
snow.
after being up all night.
Yeah.
And the snow.
There's no way
And
Mike would let me. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
you brought up the 1245 thing, and I was looking to see if he addressed the voicemail, but he didn't. But also at 1245, this is from Lally, from his response to that document I just sent you, that at 1245, Miss McCabe texted Mr. O'Keefe again, hello, and then observed the black SUV drive away from the home.
Yes, that comes from Jen
Oh,
McCabe's statement. She
but
says
maybe that's
that,
what he's
remember?
basing that off of in his opening statement. Is Jen McCabe
Mm.
seen it leave at 12:45?
Well, then she would have seen
That's
it leave
But
straight.
that's not, well, okay, I'm gonna pull up what he said because that wouldn't be information from the Lexus then.
That's true. He says the data from the car is the one that opines. I hate that word so much
How does a
right now
car
in this case.
opine?
The car
Like,
opines
The
it.
car
you're
That's
opining.
opines.
One
that's
of you
I
is
Alpine.
know.
opining.
That's Alpine in the car.
Alpine. I'm going
Let
to
me
see if
pull
in this document he also says 1245 for that car data.
So
let me
J
Yeah.
see.
Dams, I'm curious why you think that. Let me know in the chat. Why do you think that that's what happened?
What'd they say?
Uh-huh.
They said
I'm over
Jen
here.
set up John.
Oh, I don't know.
I'd like to know why you think
No, I
that.
know. I just want to know what their thought process
Yeah.
is. That's all.
Yeah, yeah.
I
But
can't wait
the
to see
re
Higgins's text, whatever coaxing him to the house means.
Coaxing him to the
yeah.
house.
Um. So I'm really the baby thing. What I was saying a minute ago. Isn't Jen one of the people that harassed his daughter?
Yes.
That's what we're told, yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
if
well.
if they were so tight, right, that she's going to call him at 5 o'clock in the morning in a snowstorm, right, when she could call anybody, why would she do that to his daughter?
Well,
Well,
the
they wanted the
story,
daughter to retract her statement, and her
yes.
Yeah.
statement was that Colin, the nephew, had called her at like midnight something, and
Hmm.
that wasn't normal for him to call versus texting, and they
Yes.
wanted her to retract that statement, and she
Hmm.
refused. So
Okay.
then
I
they
know.
started to go after her on social media.
Okay. Never mind.
I
Interesting.
What
get
was
There's
your
what
no.
you're
thought
saying, though.
process?
You're saying if they're friends, well, to me though, like, okay, if we're friends and I think like, hey, like, don't get my nephew in trouble, kind of a thing. And nephew, if I'm trying to convince you to not get my nephew in trouble, well, yeah, we're gonna have trouble then because your daughter is saying a statement, false or true, right, that I don't agree with, and you won't do what I'm asking you to do. So we're not friends,
And you're going to
which
do
is
that to
why,
my daughter?
yeah, we're not friends. I don't agree with it. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying I think that the fact she wouldn't retract when they wanted her to, that's what caused the fallout.
Right. Okay. So this is what that maybe I'm not being clear. Okay. So there's this is someone she is so tight with that she's going to call him when she's looking for somebody at five
Mhm.
o'clock in the morning. Do you understand what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah.
so why was she call? It had to be, not have to be, but why else would she be trying to reach him at that time of the morning before the police reached her?
I have a suggestion. I
I
don't know
have
for sure.
ideas and theories. That's all I got for you there.
Yeah.
That's all I
Yeah.
got in that case.
I, I
Yeah.
have the unredacted one. I could go back and look and do like a search to see if that is. But like what we see, because I redacted the phone number except for like the last four, I think, on mostly everything before I put it in there.
Yeah.
And she wrote Tom Beatty, but that doesn't mean that that's actually who it is. Like you can name, like
That's
Brian
true.
Albert was Uncle Brian A. Like, so it could say Tom Beatty, but maybe it's really not Tom
Somebody else?
Beatty. Um,
Oh, that's a good point.
so maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's the daughter, and maybe that's who she was calling to see if, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be because I was just counting on that was really him. But you're right. I don't know that it's him.
Okay, I found it. Man, going through Lolly's transcript is just as hard as listening to it. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Yeah.
Did you just read the
Just
thing I just sent you?
No, I was looking for
Oh.
this video the
Looking
whole
for it to
time,
see what
and
he
I was
actually
reading
said.
through his transcript, and
It
it's
reads
like,
like his
oh my
motions. It's
goodness,
terrible.
it is so hard to read.
I had to go
Okay.
back 4 times during his opening because I was like
Right.
totally. He lost me like that much. It was so bad, and I was like, "This is exactly what they've been telling the public this whole time."
So here is where he talks about the Lexus. Let's hear it straight from his mouth
Okay.
again. I don't know why my computer's lagging all of a sudden. Let's see.
His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, key cycles.
Back the vehicle up from its known locations and what did he say there?
From that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel.
Known locations and travel.
Key cycles, essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:40.
I anticipate he'll opine. Didn't catch that the first time.
45 in the eventually opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
That just sounds like garbled bullshit. I'm sorry.
It's his whole statement is is like Charlie Brown there. But it is
And
in the
he
document you
knows
just sent me.
he knows that she was home at 12:41, unless something was wrong with the time.
The time on the phone, but that's typically is connected to a network that it
It's
gets your
not the
time. So
It's on the on the
well,
card.
oh, it would have to be wrong on the phone, the car, and the camera.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. 3
So
places.
here it
I
is
just
in the document where he says the same thing based on a review of this data and other factors. What other factors? The crash
right.
reconstructionist opined that the defendant's vehicle traveled in reverse for approximately 62 feet before striking the victim at a possible impact speed of 24.2 miles per hour. Post impact with the victim, the defendant's vehicle continued in reverse before leaving the scene.
I just want to say that I think when he said, I anticipate they'll opine, I think that was appropriate because I think that Lally tends to say things that then they don't quite pan out
Okay.
the way that he says they are.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I think they're going to say this.
And then when they don't, it's like, well, I thought they'd opine.
I
Yeah.
thought they would.
Yeah,
He's not
They would be
lying.
opining all over the
This
place.
is just how he interpreted the data.
But
God.
but here's my
And
thing.
other factors, whatever that
So
means.
in that statement you just had updates,
Yeah, you
it
want me to do
says
it
she
again?
continues in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody has always assumed that she stopped and then went forward, right?
Mhm.
And left the scene. But that makes it sound as if she backs up at 24 miles per hour, she hits him, and then keeps going in reverse.
Where's
Runs
she
him over.
going? Where's
Down
she
the
going?
street, out the
So
neighborhood.
she reverses past the mailbox, past the driveway at 24 miles. I drove in reverse at
Jennifer
over
McCabe said
24
she watched her
yesterday.
pull
It is
away.
very hard. Yeah, and Jen McCabe said she watched her pull away. So did I
Towards
think
the
Matt
other
did as
road, not
well.
Cedar
well,
Crest.
she watched her pull away, or she didn't see her leave, whichever
Mhm.
document.
I'm just
you read.
saying, if that's what they're trying to prove is that she continued in reverse,
Mhm.
then that would
Yeah.
make more sense versus just the 62 feet. So it sounds like what they're saying in that statement right there is she went the 62 feet to get to him and then kept going in reverse once she had hit him. Now, where is she going? How far does she go? It doesn't say that. I'm just saying that's how I read that part.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It
And
does
from our
kind of sound that
science
way.
experiment yesterday of driving in reverse and seeing how fast we could go in 60 feet, to
It's
me, what
very
that kind
hard
of
to do.
means is, again, if you had more time to go in reverse, maybe you would be going more than 24, 24.2 miles per hour.
Well, it's not
It's a,
even the time, it's the distance though. It's almost impossible to get up to I struggled to get up to that
yeah.
speed in 150 feet,
150
let
feet.
alone 60.
Plus, it's really, 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 really scary. Like, it's really scary in the
It
daytime,
is.
like, let alone at night.
Yeah.
And then also at night with the snow.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's scary as shit. I mean, it feels like you're
I'm
going to
just
take off
interested
in a
to
rocket ship.
see what data they actually have pulled from the car.
Mhm.
Me
Because
too.
again, just thinking on the other side of things, what if she's pissed off, they get into an argument, he gets out of the car, and she goes to pull forward, and she's like, you know what, fuck you, like whatever. Maybe she, throws it in reverse to like back up and scream at him out the window, a little bit, and he yells at her, whatever, and she just hits the reverse even more. I don't know.
Oh, I want to ask you guys too, like about the I hit him thing.
Yeah.
Not really with this guy from today because his question didn't make sense, but with the other girl where she says she asked Karen if she knew how he got the injury to his eye and like his nose, and she said she hit him. Um don't you think that it would be likely that when she got there, found him, and he was unconscious in the snow, that maybe she hit him like several times to try to get him awake? Or not really?
I
No,
was thinking,
I
I,
don't
I
think
was
so.
thinking like, in my head at least, I was like, okay, why would she say she hit him? Like, we're assuming she hit him with the car, but maybe she just meant like she hit him. Maybe she hit him with the glass on the back of the head, or, like something like that. And she didn't mean like, maybe she hit him with the glass and drove off and didn't think anything of it. And that hit his head enough to hurt him. I don't know. I was just
I
thinking
just,
maybe she meant she hit him with something else, not necessarily the car, potentially.
yeah, I thought about that glass. I said, I don't know. I think I was talking to Teresa about that like the other day. I was like,
So,
maybe she like threw the cocktail glass out the window.
so
Yeah.
we could do like the calculations about this, but like 25 is like the top speed that you can go in reverse. I mean, I don't.
No, you can get up to 26.5. Ask me how I
Yeah.
know, Jenny. Ask me how I know. But it
Yeah, but
depends on the vehicle too. So we tried it
It
in my
does.
vehicle, and
Mhm.
the distance I ended up measuring, it was 150 feet, not 60, and I could not get up to 24.2 in 60 feet. Just would not happen.
But I think
But in
there's two
150
factors
feet,
in that
I
too,
could.
though. Your car is
I'm
heavier than
interested.
hers.
My car is heavier.
So there's that. Number two,
Mhm.
you had your camera on so we could see the speedometer. So you were trying to control the speedometer. You also
There's
were
that.
cognizant enough to factor in the fear of backing up and potentially hitting a duck or something else. Plus the
Right.
car, you weren't used to it. So it was kind of out of your control. Again, you were cognitive enough to recognize that like there's a danger in what you're doing in that moment.
Mhm.
That's another thing. She didn't just have a backup camera, like with the sirens and all to go off, but like that model has 3D, or not 3D, 360. So
Cameras.
when,
That's what my husband's car
yeah,
has.
it's
And
like
so
really cool.
we tried this in my husband's car because I thought it would be similar to her Lexus. In that matter, it was a little bit lighter than hers. However, his is being an electric vehicle, it doesn't even let you go over a certain speed in reverse. Like you can only go 15 miles per hour in reverse in his car. It
Okay.
shuts you down after that. But it does have all those cameras and stuff. And when you get close to something, in ours anyway, it actually stops you. So I wondered, would hers being a newer Lexus, would hers stop her?
I guess still, even if I think about her reversing, hitting him, keeping going, and then I guess pulling forward and leaving that way.
Mhm.
Like, Did you run him over? Is that where they're coming up with that? I'm also wondering where they
Like
even got this
sideswipe,
data.
maybe? Maybe it's not like I'm picturing, I don't know about y'all, but I'm picturing like he's standing behind the vehicle, she hits him, he goes flying based on what they're trying to sell us. What if it is more of
Yeah,
a sideswipe
but it would
thing?
have to throw him however
At
many
Or
least
feet.
10 feet.
what if he is bent over, right? Maybe she does hit him with the glass and he goes to pick it up. It doesn't crack on the ground for whatever reason. Maybe it's a super glass, whatever, right? He bends over to go get it. She backs up, hits him with the little knob things on the lights. That puts the gash in his head, and it would put him at about the area of her, because of his height, I'm guessing. It would put her at about the height of the tail light, and she doesn't realize it. She goes home. He goes to walk towards the house, but that head, the head trauma takes over.
But
And he doesn't
when
even
did
make
this
it.
happen?
Huh?
But like when in the timeline? Because you have Ryan Nagel behind them until about 12:30. So
And
Well, and
only
should be
her
home at
leaving the
leaving it, I
car.
think
12:31.
she leaves at like 12, somewhere in between like 12:33 to 36 or something like that. I don't know. I mean, even then, hitting him with the car doesn't explain the 226 Google search.
Oh, I think if an
It
expert
doesn't
gets on the
explain the
stand
Google
and
shirts. It doesn't explain the scratches on the arm if it's the
Yeah.
head is what is hit. It doesn't explain how does the glass get over by him? He flies with the glass. I have so many questions, y'all.
he didn't
So
But
let
there's
many
go.
also
questions.
but there's also glass embedded in the bumper, right?
Allegedly, yep.
Okay, so again, the glass is right there,
Well, then he
right?
couldn't.
The head.
Yeah, she
What if?
couldn't see
What
it.
if when she hits him, he falls on the ground and like scrapes his hands? I know these are a lot of what ifs. I get that, but
His
maybe that's
hands
where
aren't
the
scraped.
huh?
His
Yeah, his
hands aren't
hands aren't.
scraped.
No, his
No,
knuckles,
They weren't
like
they're
the
not
scraped.
scraped.
abrasions.
They weren't scraped.
There's not abrasions.
They're just
No.
bruised.
Just
Yeah.
bruised.
Well, yeah, and
See, and
it's
I feel like if you
discolored.
see a car coming at you, you're gonna put your hands out, not turn them around to block the car.
Right.
Here's
Yeah.
my thing.
Like
Also, I
Palms
tried
hands
to
out.
out.
time how long does it take to go 60 feet in reverse, hitting a top speed of 24 miles per hour. I didn't achieve that goal, so I can't give you a scientific calculation, but it's going to be like 5 or 6 seconds. I don't know. If I'm staring at my girlfriend who's driving off and then suddenly, like, because she has to at least go 60 feet forward, right, to be able to come back 60 feet and hit him. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, oh, this bitch is putting it in reverse. I'm
Like, are
moving.
we playing
I'm
chicken?
moving.
Like, yeah,
What
no.
is happening here? I'm moving. So I don't know. I just so
But,
many
and I've
things that
never
don't make
been
sense.
drunk, so I can't say, right? Just allegedly
Right.
from what I see in the movies, that's what I'm gonna say. When you're drunk, are you that quick to respond?
No. Nope.
I don't know.
So maybe you can't,
I
like
mean, I
maybe
heard too.
maybe you can't respond to the car coming. Like maybe you don't even know that it's coming at you. You just think she's gonna stop or,
So
swerve maybe.
yeah, if it happens in like 2 seconds, but like this would have taken longer than 2 seconds
Mm-hmm.
to back up that fast.
That's true. So how do you get hit in the back of the head? Okay, so that I could explain with
And also have a
if the back of
broken
my head
right
hits the
hand.
knob thing. He had a broken right hand?
No, we don't know
I don't
that
think he had a
yet. We just,
broken right hand. He had a broken nose or multiple skull fractures.
Yeah.
and those could have happened from the front. See, I don't think we got there, but the EMT
Mm-mm.
at the end, one of the very last things he said was when he was asked by Lally, like, what could have caused that goose egg that you call it on his head or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, oh, there could be like a plethora of different things that could cause it, like a golf ball. Like that's what he said.
Yeah.
And when Bob listened to it, he was like, couldn't he, like, it's interesting. He didn't say a car. He could have got hit by a car.
Right? A car.
A golf ball or a ping pong
Yeah.
ball, I think he said.
But it's like I've seen somebody I went ice skating one time and a girl fell behind another girl, and she just hit the back of her skates, which kind of had like the little toe pick part. But and that hitting of that, like she literally looked like she had a golf ball inside, a little egg inside of her skin on her forehead. My thing though is, again, the person who's seen the coat is the one who's seen the golf ball egg thing on his forehead. Wouldn't that still have been there when he had when he went to the hospital, or like at the autopsy? Wouldn't there have been something there on his forehead? I don't recall looking at the picture seeing anything on his forehead.
I don't recall a golf ball size hematoma, but I don't know. We see his autopsy photos, which are days later. Does that go away? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Possible boxer fractures on one hand, but I'm unclear on what that is, or if it's certain. If it's for certain, I don't know where that's from though. I know people have talked about it, but I don't know. I mean, none of us have seen the autopsy report that I know of. So that's one thing that we're still waiting for, is to actually be able to see. I think it's like 110 pages, or it's 100 plus
That's 100
pages.
pages. Yeah, it's 100 pages. I'm trying to see when he moves again on his phone. It moves again at 6:21.
So even before
that's
we see Jennifer
interesting.
go into the house.
So wait, so it's
Yeah,
before
before
Jennifer McCabe goes in
Jennifer
the house,
goes into-
but it's also what time
Oh,
did they
wait.
say they
No,
transported?
hang on. His phone moves at 6:11. I missed that one. I was looking at the timeline. It moves at 6:11:30. In a span of 7 minutes, it goes 201 meters.
So it's
Okay,
also somebody.
so she calls Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and talks to her for 9 seconds and 7 seconds, and then 3
Wait.
minutes later the phone starts moving.
Wait, the phone starts moving at 6:11 and 30 seconds. That's 1 minute and 30 seconds after Seraph gets there.
So they've already
hadn't even been
started, but his
moved.
phone was
They hadn't
allegedly in
been
his
moved.
It was
pocket
under him.
originally, right?
It was under him.
Well, we still haven't had anybody say they saw the phone under him.
But how?
the only-
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna
Not
say,
yet.
how did his phone get under him then?
Yeah, I don't.
But we haven't had anybody testify to that yet.
Okay, all right. So we got to remove that for right now. That's just okay. So
But that's hella interesting. A minute and a half later, I mean, we saw part of that dash cam. How far did it go? Let me go back.
Oh, so the call to Nicole at 6:07 and 6:08 when she talked to him, he wasn't even there yet. See, before we thought he was.
No, the police weren't
he
there
wasn't
yet.
there.
He was not there. And then
Yeah.
she deleted, or she took the screenshot of Brian Albert's phone number. Why would she do that? She did
At
that
that
too
time?
before he got
That's
there.
a great question.
And then
So
the
she's
phone
sending
starts
it
to
to
move.
someone, in my opinion.
Let me see here. Also, these time frames on the data, right? So it starts at, it is broad. It tells you that 6:11 and 30 seconds, his phone starts moving, and it travels this distance. It travels 201 meters in the next 7 minutes and 50 seconds. We don't know if that's like when it started moving, or
Well, it could have been like
it
2
would have to
meters
be,
at
though.
6. Yeah, it could have been like 2 meters at 6:11 and then 99 at the last minute.
Let me see if this
So
will
okay,
get up to that time frame in the footage.
No, Anyenka.
How many meters did you say?
201.
That's a lot.
But
That's a lot.
Like that's whoever has it could be
Is
potentially
pacing.
That's in my opinion.
looky
That's somebody
here.
just
Looky
constantly
here.
walking and moving.
Looky there. We've got it. So at 6:11 and 25 seconds, we see, I think, let me go back up just a minute. 6:11, 10. We're about ready to see them come into the screen.
Wait, is he on the stretcher?
No, this is 1
Oh,
minute
okay.
after Seraph gets there. He's the only
Yeah,
one
the
there.
others aren't even there yet.
I want to see all the movement, because I wonder if that would equal all the movements of people moving around, running around the car and stuff.
Look at the ice going over the window, and it ain't even
Yeah.
touched by the windshield wipers. Those are the worst.
Okay, so here's 2 women, and this is like right around the time the phone is moving.
So that's
That's
Karen.
That's
on the
Karen and
left.
Carrie at 6:11:28.
Is that Carrie or
Karen
Jen?
No, that's Carrie. I think Jen has the fur. Let's hear this. Let's see what it's doing.
That's interesting. Just
But
the way
she's
she
really
reacted just then.
right there. It's 11:30. It's 6:11:30. These 2 women are on screen. And the phone starts moving in, what is that, 0.3 seconds?
So it starts moving.
Hang on, I'll do it
now.
right there. Yeah, like right before that.
Is there someone in the background that
I
just
think
walked?
so. That's the cop, I think. Let me go back. Let me slow this down. How about that? You can't hear anything, so I'll turn the audio off. We'll slow this down. So watch the time.
Wait. Is Karen
What?
did Karen just look at a phone?
No, I don't know.
She
She
has
looks
a
at her
phone in her
hand.
hand if you look at it.
I would assume she got it out of the back seat after, because remember, she threw it in the back seat.
I think that's an officer walking up that has pulled up. I wonder if that's good.
She does. She comes over.
211 meters, you said?
201.
Okay, that's 659 feet. That's a lot. Yeah. In what? How many minutes?
7 minutes and 50 seconds.
That's a lot. That's a lot of walking around.
That's what I was saying earlier. I don't think
Yeah.
you guys do hear me.
Okay.
Gavel, you need to yell.
I know. I turn her up too.
It's hard.
So there she ducks out from under her friend's arm.
I think it kind of feels like Carrie's like,
Yep,
come on, let's go sit in the car.
I think she's looking at her hands because she has like blood on her hands.
But look in her left hand when she turns. Watch. Hold on.
Yeah, there's that officer. That's an officer.
Oh no, there's no phone in her left hand either.
No, you're seeing the ice right here on the windshield.
Yeah, I just seen it.
I thought it was in her right.
There comes another officer, or the same officer. I think that's when he told her he couldn't find a pulse.
You sure that's not Jen?
I'm pretty sure they said today. Right there's Jen.
That's Jen?
Right there's Jen in the hood, in the fur, because that's what Jackson points to. That's the figure where we walk up to the house. And he says, keep your eye on the hood, the coat with the fur hood.
Did she have a phone?
Well, she just walked up here, didn't she? And she was off camera that
Well, go
whole
back.
time. She's closing the gate. Okay, what am I going back for?
Just let it play.
Okay. This is
I want to watch
half
Jen
speed.
come up and see what Jen does.
Look at her right hand. Look at Karen's right hand. Did she not look at a phone? Maybe
no, she looked at her hand. She just looked at her hand.
They should have played it in slow motion. It looks better this way.
There's the officer walking up. The phone's already moving at this time, by the way. And you see that officer walk.
And they're not moving
that way. And they're right there.
Is that an officer's hands?
That's the same officer's hands.
Which one is that?
I think it's
Mulaney.
It looks like Mulaney so far. I don't know what Good looks like.
Good's a big, short, stocky guy. And here comes Jen McCabe.
Do you see the tracks in the road now? Or no, never mind. That's
right up to the car and shuts the back gate
of Carrie's car.
Unless we have that wrong, maybe.
I'm going to go back. I think because Carrie's short. Carrie.
You can't tell. They're both the same height in this. But
I swear that's Jen.
You think Jen's in the pajama pants?
Yeah. without the fur.
The fur is who he pointed to today. I thought I can go back to it.
Cause see how she like doesn't go like she almost looks like a ghost. Weird.
Someone popped up in the backstage. Let me come back over here. Oh, it's Nanya. Nanya fell
Sorry.
down.
Yeah, I tried to zoom in and it was like, you're doing too much.
The
Just
fur
sit
coat
still in the strips.
Carrie. So are they saying Carrie went into the house today? I thought they were saying Jen. I'll have to watch it again.
So too.
Okay, so Jen's with her. So it's Carrie that's over there when the phone's moving. Starts moving.
I might have to go look.
And Carrie's the one who's said to have found the phone under him.
Maybe we're just told under him and it's not like under him, but just like slightly under him.
What if the phone wasn't even on him?
Yeah, what if it wasn't?
Oh, look, they're putting something into evidence. I think they're putting the phone into evidence right now. Do you see that?
Where? How the hell do y'all see
opening the
shit
bag.
with these videos?
It's right here, right above law and crime. Jen McKay,
Okay.
or whoever doesn't have the fur, the non-fur one, an officer is going to walk up to her. He has an evidence bag in his hand, and she puts something in the evidence bag. Watch.
Okay.
Interesting.
You're going to pay attention to right here. You see his arm.
Okay.
And you're about to see just a sliver of the evidence bag.
So they did have evidence bags there.
Something. Right there. He's holding something. There. See it?
Oh,
I don't know if it's an evidence
yeah.
bag or maybe it's his notepad. Maybe he's taking notes. It looked like they were putting something in there. It could be a notepad.
I
Maybe
think
his
that's
lunch was
Mulaney
in it.
talking to Jen McCabe.
It is Mulaney.
Because remember they said he talked to her for 2 minutes and he was about 10 feet away from Karen. Where's Karen going?
I don't know. She runs to the car and then she runs back out to him.
She feels like she needs to do something.
I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be doing the same thing, just running
Yeah,
around.
I'd be pacing like hell. Okay, person with the fur
Now
went and
she
got
just
their
got a
phone.
phone.
Okay, so can we pause? Is there a call made at 6:12 by Jen McCabe? Can somebody check the timeline for that?
Yeah.
Because that would
I'm
tell us
looking.
because the other person, well, no, it's supposed to be Jen McCabe talking to Mulaney. So I guess that would be a call potentially that Carrie Roberts is making. But we
At
didn't think that Carrie
6
was with the fur.
Yeah, there's no call between. So 6:08 is when she calls Nicole Albert the last time, and then there's no other call placed until 6:23, and she calls Brian.
Okay, so
and
Carrie
he
is
does
the
not
person in the
answer.
fur then.
I guess so. I'm gonna have to go back and watch today's testimony about who went up to the house, because I thought he was pointing out the person in the fur to us.
Kathleen Prince says that he was lying on his back and the phone was on the ground underneath him. That's in her document. So, it's a summary of interview with Jennifer McCabe, though.
Yes, but the problem is how could the phone right now, as it stands, right? He's being worked on, right? They haven't transported him yet at this time. Right now, his phone is moving
His
all
phone's
around,
moving.
according
I
to
always
his phone
thought,
data.
right? I
No, I
always
agree.
thought it was.
No, I
I
know.
thought
I'm
they
just
found the
explaining.
phone when they got there to
They
put him on the
moved him.
stretcher, but
Mhm.
wasn't it Mulaney that said he got there when they were putting him on the stretcher? But the firefighters aren't even there yet.
So maybe that's good. Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because who got there first? I know the dispatch log was wrong, but I thought it was Seraph, Mulaney, Good, and then Gallagher.
That's what I thought too. But he said today, I remember Mulaney saying he did not get there until they were putting him on the stretcher. And obviously they're not putting him on a stretcher. There's nobody there working on him. It sounds like there's a big discrepancy breakdown.
Interesting. Jen went to the house. It's her sister-in-law's house. Yeah, and we know that. But today, when they were showing the body cam footage,
They
no,
told us
there's
to
no
watch
body
the
cams on the officers.
dash cam.
Yeah, there's only dash cam, not body cam. Interesting. Jen is the fur hood. She went in the house. It's her sister-in-law's house. So the problem with that, though, is Carrie is the fur, because right now the person that's talking to the officer is to the left. The person on the right, which has the fur, is on the phone. There are no phone calls in the phone log that's in evidence for Jen McCabe's phone. So there's no calls happening right now, and the person in the fur is on the phone talking. You can see them clearly making a phone
Yeah,
call on
so
the
it
dash
has to be
cam.
Carrie in the fur.
So it has to be Carrie on the phone, and which means that Carrie is the fur.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson
They're
asks her, the
sisters, right?
woman in the fur coat,
No, they're
is
not
that
sisters.
Carrie Roberts?
Jim McCabe and Nicole Albert are sisters.
No, I know that Nicole and Jen are sisters because Nunya said
Mhm.
in her sister-in-law's house.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, it's
I'm
her
So I
thinking
was
sister.
thinking
sister
it's
and
her sister,
brother-in-law.
right?
Sorry,
Okay, I
yeah,
just want to
sorry.
make
It's her
sure.
sister.
No,
Sorry, it's getting late. It's her
no,
sister
I
and
just want to make sure.
brother-in-law's house. Yeah, you're right.
My computer is lagging too bad, you guys. I was trying
Emma,
to.
they're trying. They declined the body cams that the city wanted. That at the
Mm-hmm.
select board, they wanted to get it's not traffic cams, but it's almost like cameras all around the town instead of getting body cams, because they said it was cheaper to get the traffic cam kind of things up and running versus body cams is a lot more expensive to put body cams on everybody.
Yeah, right here he's pointing out to the person in the fur coat. So was it Carrie that went in the house?
Now that would be that plot twist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do we know they went in the house or they went up to the house?
Up to the house.
I mean, they go up to the front door and then they cut off the video from there.
Wait
Or
a
maybe
second,
they were
guys.
just pointing over to the person with the fur coat. And okay, so she moves. Okay, Jen moves in front of her.
Oh, fur
And
coat
keeps
is right there by the back
going.
of the car still.
Gotcha. So they were just pointing to the person by the fur coat.
Okay. Yeah. No fur on the coat goes up to the house.
Yeah. Yep, there she
Yeah.
goes up to the
Yeah.
house.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be one heck of a trial, y'all.
Yeah. That's basically what it boils down to.
Mm-hmm.
So Carrie is
So,
Karen's sister-in-law? No. Nicole and Brian Albert, they owned the home at 34 Fairview. Nicole is Jen McCabe's sister.
Yeah. Nope, not all officers have body cams. Absolutely not. It's very expensive to run body cams, and
Oh,
some
flock
districts can't
cameras.
afford
Thank
it.
you, Crack is Whack. That's exactly what it's called. Flock cameras.
What's a flock camera?
That's the traffic can kind of cameras that go around the city.
Oh.
They're not actual traffic cams, but that's just the best way I could describe.
I got you. So final thoughts after 2 days of, we have a diagram, Sofa King. Final thoughts after 2 days of trial. Just 2 days. That's all we've gotten through is 2 days, y'all.
Oh, Eve says John's phone moves along with Jen's Apple Health. Have we ever compared their Apple Health times around that time?
Yeah. So here, let me show you. I'll show you Sleuthy's document.
Sorry, we were supposed to be going into final thoughts. Thanks a
I've
lot.
been meaning to put this like in a pretty package, but so here at Oh, I was reading the wrong one. His phone starts moving at 6:04, ends at 6:11.
Oh.
Oh, his phone starts moving before officers even
No, but what
get
are all those 5
there.
o'clock times?
That's not his phone. John O'Keefe's it starts at 6:04, ends at
Oh, I see.
6:11.
I was looking. I
When the
didn't have it.
hatch, that's right when the hatch closes on the vehicle, by the way. These are all Jen McCabe's stuff.
6:04, right?
No,
6:09.
he got there at 6:10. Nope, 6:10.
When did that?
I thought it was 6:09 and 33 seconds.
No, let me show y'all.
But
We
that's
just
okay.
learned it.
I'll believe you. It could be 6:10. 6:10. I'm fine.
It's like 6:10
Oh,
and some
so his
change.
phone stops moving.
Mm-hmm.
Jensen's feet,
So
659.
his phone does stop before.
But Jen McCabe's phone stops at 6:03. Hold on. And then at 6:12, picks up 200 feet.
So he's pulling up at 6:09:57, and he actually parks right at 6:10.
Oh, he was dispatched at 6:09:33. Okay. Something like that.
6:10:01, he is parked. So he doesn't show up until 6:10. So he shows up, and then let me fast forward again. I want to see. So the phone stops
6:11:30.
moving.
6:04 was the 911 call.
Yeah, it was the
Sorry.
911 calls.
Yeah.
6:11 then 30 seconds.
That's what I want to see. So we had that wrong. I looked at it wrong because it's 1:30 in the morning. So
it's about to
here is where
stop.
I'm going to pause it right when his phone stops.
Oh.
What's going on? Let me go back and look at the document. 6:11:30, it stops, but then it moves again at 6:15. I'm looking at the correct start time this time. So 4 minutes later, his phone starts moving again.
But
I would.
okay, wait. So what if Jen McCabe right
That's when
now is standing still?
Right. She
Right?
is standing
So when does
still.
she come over to the car? So she's standing still. The officer goes over to her.
When does she stop moving?
I'm
About here.
No, I'm asking Jen McCabe. When does Jen McCabe stop moving?
This
We
is
don't know right now.
We had it wrong. Carrie's the one with the hood.
Oh, with the fur.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Carrie did have the phone then.
Yeah, maybe she's the one who found it and she stopped moving, and she's talking to the officer.
Yep.
Okay,
And
then
I wonder if at 15 she comes over to the car maybe.
Okay, so let's see if we go up to 15. I don't know when they stopped it. Well, Carrie's moving around plenty, so maybe the officer's holding it at this point. Nope, that's it. 6:13 is where it stops.
Interesting. I don't understand how that could be registering unless like the movement on his body, like CPR, because like your phone, well, again, depending on when did the update come out that changed? Because you could used to be able to count steps by just shaking your phone and giving it
That came out like it was like 2020 or 20. Yeah, I think it was in 2020 where it updated
Okay, so
it.
it was prior to that the fix went into effect. I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't follow exactly with her time frame. So kinda. His phone starts moving at
No.
6:04. Hers starts moving at 6:04:24.
Yeah, but it only stopped between 6:03:59 and 6:04:24. So it was only like 30 seconds when the last time it stopped before it started again. 30 seconds. So
What
I
are you talking
mean
about?
that's
What do you mean?
Jennifer McCabe.
That's her Apple Watch.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What are you saying then? I'm
Yeah, it
misunderstanding.
just logged. I'm talking about down here. So his phone starts moving at 6:04:01. Hers starts moving right underneath of it at 6:04:24. Then his stops
Mm.
moving at 6:11:30. Her stops moving at 6:12:16.
Gotcha.
Oh,
And
so
she
hers
doesn't go
kind of aligned.
near the distance his phone does.
That's true.
Unless she's got it in her hand moving back and forth really fast.
And
'Cause you
maybe,
can't
well, no,
Wouldn't
still do
do
hers
that.
that.
is,
Then his phone starts again
I
at
was going to say, is that the
6:16.
last, what is the last John O'Keefe down at the bottom?
Oh, his moves for a while because the officers take it and aren't like it's not in a fair day bag.
Okay.
So you'll see
Okay.
his movement on his until
I was
like
just trying to see
noon.
if when they move it, does it have any more large, 600 and some odd feet is a lot.
Mm-hmm. Let me see.
When does his Apple
So
Health
do you,
stop?
his that's yeah. So
Like not before it
12:32.
starts back up at 6 o'clock. When does it stop?
12:30. Yeah, like Jenny said, it's at like
12:32.
12:32 a.m. His phone 12:32:16.
Oh.
So that is when the state is alleging he was hit.
And when was the stairs? The 3 flights of stairs?
That happened right before that at this one up here at 12:21 to 12:24. In that time frame.
Mm.
Okay.
And that's 87 feet, which some people are saying, or 87 meters, 200 and
87 feet.
which he didn't get to the house. I don't know. Another document has their car pulling up to the house at 12:24. So I'm kind of wondering how much of this data is accurate too, based on stuff we've
Yeah.
already learned.
I'm guessing that the defense is going to kind of take some of this out. Or, I mean, they can't use it to their advantage and then also say part of it is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be my question. I don't know. Okay.
Man, she went all freaking night.
She was.
Yeah,
She
she
was
did.
non-stop. Let me see back
There
here
was
at
like an
6
hour
between
between
Because the
3:51.
the activity is linked to the phone, New Jersey, Robin. So as long as the phone is moving, it would end up having that activity. It doesn't mean that he is moving. It just means his phone is moving
the
during
phone
that
is
time.
moving. Yeah. So even though, yeah, he is on the ground, we know at this point, but his phone is being picked up and moved. The phone doesn't discriminate on who's moving it. It just logs the data.
So even the chat said she went and got that phone from someone. Why do you think that, Eve? Like, what's your thought process? Like, if she,
Dave.
because she doesn't go into the
Hey,
house. Oh,
well, not yet. Not yet. But she's
No.
near that house. So on the footage, you'll see her along the front edge of the house where the car is parked in the driveway.
At 6:30, yeah.
So when you look at John's Apple data of the time of when she goes towards the house, and then compare it to Jen's.
But his phone's not moving. She goes up to the house at 6:34. His phone doesn't move until it stops at 6:33. It doesn't pick up again until 6:36.
right.
But
So how
6:33,
would,
what
if
was the
his phone
second?
is inside at that time,
6:33,
how is it
44.
moving around
If she's moving.
if she's moving?
But Jen didn't have her phone on her when she went around that area. So look at
What do you mean?
Jennifer's Apple data. Jennifer McCabe's.
It's there. It's on the screen.
Sorry, I can't see it. I'm old.
That's okay.
My eyes are
What
old.
are you looking for? Like what? Like a time frame or?
Yes. Okay. So 432 steps was taken from John O'Keefe's phone, right? At like 6:11. right?
It ends at 6:11.
Yeah.
So he starts moving
6:03
at
to
4.
6:04 to 6:11. So
Okay, and when did we
6:04.
wait, when did we see Jen McCabe going towards the house again?
6:30. I'm pulling
6:34.
it up. 6:34.
Okay, so who's around the house? Or is there anyone around there
Not
at
that we can see
6:11?
so far.
Now that
Who's
at 6:11, they're all outside behind the vehicle except for Carrie Roberts. We can't see her on the camera.
Carrie Roberts then? Is
But Carrie
okay, so I
Roberts
got it
comes
flipped.
up at 6:15.
So 6:34 is when this person is up by the house. 6:34, 34. Hang on, let me. Yeah, 6:34, 51. They're right up here by the house.
Whoever that
6:34,
is.
51. And over
Okay,
here at 6:30, his phone stopped moving at 6:33 and doesn't start moving again until 6:36. So it's not whoever's up by the house. They don't have his phone.
but he moves like from 6:36 to 6:43. There's 7 minutes of activity.
Mhm.
So after that is what I'm thinking. Someone grabbed the phone because now they're walking where the police officers are, where the scene is.
So you're thinking that somebody inside the house is moving the phone all around at 6:04 to 6:11?
I do. No,
That's a lot
no
You
of
mean
police
moving.
officer.
like you
That's a
mean like
lot of
putting it
moving
out on the
around.
porch?
Well, Jen McCabe, who does she call after the 911 call?
She
Can we
calls
look
her
at that?
sister.
Okay.
She calls her
Who
sister
is in the
for
house?
7 seconds and 8 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That's
this
weird.
is 659 feet. That's a hell of a lot of pacing to do inside your home. Like, I
But
don't
what
know
if you're
how that.
climbing stairs, going downstairs to the kitchen to look out the window and then back upstairs to the
Mm-hmm.
bed where your husband is?
Freaking
And
out. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know how many stairs that would be in their house specifically. But that's the only, I mean, that is a potential,
Mm-mm.
possible, not maybe not probable, but possible. I mean, at this point, I feel like
Honestly,
anything is
I think
possible.
to figure it out, we're gonna have to find out when. Like, we'll have to hear in the next several witnesses when the phone was found, or when the phone was found. I said that backwards.
Well, you
When the
do
phone was
know
found to
you
know
do know that
Property
more.
the Apple data shows that John's phone moves a flight of stairs during
3 flights.
well no, that 3 flights is 12 something. I'm
Uh-huh.
talking about
Mhm.
6:04 when his body's there. It's moving a flight of stairs
Hang
per
on.
the Apple data,
60.
At
health
6:04.
data, because it's different than the ping.
Yeah, it's 432 steps at 6:04. That's true.
So it's moving a flight of stairs per Apple health data.
But that's steps. Where's the I don't see the elevation on
I
this
don't see
particular
the
I don't
one.
either.
elevation.
And the
It's
elevation is what makes the stairs or
Hang
not.
on, let me go to the green report real quick because that's
yeah,
what
Okay.
it's that one.
in.
The what?
The green report
I don't know what that is.
from Expert Green, who does the cell phone extraction
Oh,
information
Green's report.
or the affidavit. Yeah, Richard Green's.
Oh, green.
More
Oh, I thought you meant the
extensive.
color, like it's a green report.
It
I thought you meant it was a green,
yeah,
like the color.
it's way more extensive in the
I got you.
information. Yeah.
Eva, I want you to know your crickets threw me off. I was thinking, how the hell did a cricket get in my house? It threw me off until you muted.
Yeah, this is actually the first night I've heard them since last summer. So
So there's the first ascension and descension of 3 floors at 1221 to 1224. I don't remember another one, but I will. Maybe it's down here.
yeah, it'll be
Mhm.
the Apple Health portion.
Where did the data that's on Sleuthies, where did that come from?
Here.
Okay, she got it off this. Okay.
Health steps. That's for Jen. That's for
Good night,
Lynn.
Sofa.
That's for Jen. That's
While
for
she
Jen.
looks that up, New Jersey Robin said, Deets, I think I would like a better thought. John had a fight with someone outside of that home than in the house, in my opinion. And she also asked, or they also asked, could his phone have been in his pocket and people moving his body? Can that make his phone move?
It could have been. It could. Well, I think no, because your phone doesn't log your steps when you're sitting in a car.
Yeah.
I think
Okay, my
it's
phone.
page 1. USF 09,
There's nothing
page
about
1.
stairs here.
Go to page 1, USF
This is
09.
page 1.
Let's see. 432 at 6:04.
That's the steps. That's not a flight of stairs though. The only thing
Where
mentioned
did I
about
see it?
flights
Okay.
of stairs is what was mentioned above in the 12 something time frame.
No, I found it earlier. Hold on. Let me just quickly look at my notes.
Oh, here we go.
Ladies,
Here's
I'm gonna hop
floors.
down. I'm
There
gonna
it
hop down.
is.
So you guys can...
Bye, Jenny. I'm getting ready to hop off here too. See, there's nothing.
Bye.
There's
Love you guys. Good night.
6:40. Love you. Good night. 6:43 a.m. to 6:55. It goes up one flight of stairs. That's at 6:43. So that would be after that person went up by the house.
Yeah.
Okay. So
6:43
I'm getting his
to
phone.
6:55.
I'm getting his phone movement mixed up with his Apple Health floor data.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
Oh
lot.
man,
That's why
it
this
is so much.
testimony is going to be a lot to take in. That is for sure. But yes, it doesn't move until much later.
Well, hopefully a Canton PD officer will fess up to retrieving the phone that Proctor took over, you know?
I think we're going to hear, I think we'll hear in the next witness statements when the phone was found, who found it. I just don't think I don't think it's been that person yet, or else they would have brought it up maybe.
We shall see. Thank you for
think
clearing it up, Dee.
Thanks, Eve. Have a good one.
You too.
Any final thoughts, Nunya?
Oh, I don't even know how you can keep it all together. I guess taking notes is probably the only way.
I know.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next. I'm still very open-minded to hear what both sides have to say. And I'm just waiting for the evidence. I feel like it's just too soon to make up my mind, but
agree.
definitely waiting to see some of the evidence. I did make a list today. I was watching Jen Lou and Allie go over it, and she was saying she has like a couple of witnesses that she's like can't wait to see, kind of a thing. So I said, yeah, I think I have 5 or 6. So I put the Celebrate experts. I'm interested to hear their testimony.
Oh, for sure.
The car data experts and Higgins, Proctor, and Jen McCabe.
I would agree with all of those. I'm very interested in hearing what those people have to say. I was trying to think if there's any other additional ones.
Lane would be the like a maybe a half, but like I don't feel like I'll learn as much as I will with those. Like I think there's going to be so much evidence shown in those, but we'll see. I still want to hear what everybody has to say,
I think
but
Link will be good. Who knows, Robin? It's possible. I do think that's why I'm really interested in hearing Higgins' testimony because of this supposed message that, oh, yes. Sorry, hang on. The supposed message of enticing him to the scene to 34 Fairview. I want to hear about that. But yes, the accident reconstruction experts, I am very interested in hearing from them as well. From both sides, all sides. You got anything else, Funya Nunya?
Oh yeah, they do have an accident reconstructionist.
They
I think they
do.
have like 5 of them,
Yeah.
and they're all coming. So we'll get to hear what they have to say. I'm very
You
curious.
get an accident reconstructionist. You get an accident reconstructionist.
And
Everyone gets one.
you get a biomechanical engineer. Congrats.
Everybody gets one. All right. I need to get to bed. I
Have a
got
good
to
night,
babysit
everyone.
in the morning. Maybe I'll see you all Friday. We'll see.
All
Hopefully
right.
we'll have another recap by then.
Yeah, let me know if you want me to host. I can host it, and that way,
Yeah.
because I know you'll still be on baby duty.
Mm-hmm.
But let me know. All right. Good
That'd be
night,
great.
everyone.
Thanks, Nanya.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you guys for popping in and listening to us. This is just kind of how we're going to do recaps, just kind of going over what we've heard. We're not experts. None of us are. And we're not lawyers. So you're going to want to tune into those for the expert and the lawyer advice. But it is nice to kind of look at this as a jury member, taking in the evidence as it comes in and seeing what we think about it. I think it is a very polarizing trial, and I think it's just going to intensify every day as it continues. So I will see you guys all on the next one. Love, love.